All right, it is 9 o'clock. Let's begin. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first workshop of the Water Acquisitions Rulemaking. Before we start, I'll go over some information about this workshop and give a quick WebEx tutorial. Host, if you could please show the slides. Awesome. All right, thank you. All right, if we can move on to the next slide, please. So this workshop is the very first of 4 workshops and is being conducted virtually through WebEx. Please, all attendees have been muted, but there will be opportunities for the public to provide comments. One in the morning and one in the afternoon. Instructions will be given on how to provide public comments during those times. The chat box feature will not be used for formal comment, but is available for attendees to ask general questions, no technical issues, or requests to speak. Please remember to select all panelists when typing in the chat box. This workshop is a formal CPUC event and is being recorded. Lastly, a workshop summary report will be provided by the Water Division after the workshop. Next slide, please. This slide provides some information on how to use WebEx. It shows the functions of the various icons that you might see on your screen, including the raise hand button in the middle and the chat box icon on the right. There's also a closed caption button on the left that you can use. Next slide, please. And with that, I will hand the virtual mic over to my Director of Water Division, Mr. Terrence Shia, so he can officially kick off this workshop. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you walking us through all the nuances of WebEx. So hopefully we're all experts now and we could just get the ball rolling here. Good morning. As Kevin said, I'd like to welcome you all to our first workshop for our acquisitions rulemaking that will discuss options for inadequately operated and maintained systems. I know that sounds like quite a mouthful here, so we're looking to really define what that means today with a full roster of presentations and lively discussions. I appreciate everyone joining us virtually today, and as this will be the first of 4 workshops in our rulemaking, we anticipate looking at what will work best with these workshop formats and whether there will be hybrid or in-person options. With all that said, now I'd like to hand that virtual mic over to Commissioner Genevieve Shiroma, the assigned commissioner to this proceeding, and then to Commissioner Darcy Houck, her Bagley-Keene partner in this proceeding, for their opening remarks.
Thank you, Terrence. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm very pleased to be the assigned commissioner for this proceeding. Pleased to welcome you all to the workshop. As we re-examine the Commission's longstanding acquisitions framework, it is important to keep California's most vulnerable and burdened communities at the top of our minds. So as such, our first workshop is focusing on inadequately operated and maintained water systems in California. How can we incentivize the acquisitions for such systems and help achieve access to clean drinking water for all? I acknowledge that this will be no small feat given the sheer number of water systems existing in California today, as well as other factors that can confound, such as communication and coordination barriers. So I'm excited to hear everyone's presentations and experiences and considerations on this important matter, as well as gain insight as to how we can work together to reduce the number of inadequately operated and maintained water systems and improve water quality and equity for all Californians. I know we share those core goals and values. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions, and we'll hear next from Commissioner Darcy Houck.
Thank you, Commissioner Shiroma. Again, I'm Darcy Houck. As was mentioned earlier, I am Commissioner Shiroma's Bagley-Keene partner for this rulemaking, which is dealing with the, how we're going to be looking at acquisitions framework for water systems. And the topics we're going to be discussing today are related to inadequately operated and maintained systems. As Commissioner Shiroma stated, the combined threat of climate change, which exacerbates drought conditions and aging infrastructure, mean that water systems will need additional capital to continue to provide safe and reliable service to their customers. With this in mind, our workshop in this rulemaking centers on issues concerning the most at-risk systems. And again, as Commissioner Shiroma stated, keeping our most vulnerable populations at the forefront as we are looking at the issues we're going to have to be grappling with in regards to these at-risk systems. System acquisitions must be a tool in our toolkit for addressing the needs of inadequately operated and maintained systems, and it's therefore important that this rulemaking highlight and focus on the question of how to adequately incentivize these transactions in ways that are reasonable and affordable for all ratepayers. That's the purpose of today's workshop, to begin this discussion and frame the issues that will need to be addressed throughout the rulemaking. Today, we'll hear from regulators, agency staff, representatives of community-based organizations, municipal governments, and private investor-owned water companies who are going to open the dialogue on the critical issues presented in this rulemaking. Throughout the rulemaking, coordination with the State Water Resources Control Board will be crucial for the success of the goals that we've set. I appreciate the efforts and the collaboration that led to today's workshop. I'm looking forward to the discussion on how to improve this collaboration to better serve the customers of these at-risk or inadequately operated and maintained systems. And I want to thank all of you for joining us today, and to particularly extend thanks to the large number of presenters who've taken time to contribute to today's event. I'd like to thank our IT staff, Water Division staff for all of their efforts preparing for today. I want to especially thank my Bagley-Keene partner, Commissioner Shiroma, for all of her work in making this rulemaking possible. And I also want to recognize my advisor, Eileen Odell, for her work. She will also be co-moderating one of today's sessions. And with that, I will hand it back over to Terrence and thank him and his team for all of their work on today's workshop.
Thank you, Commissioners Shiroma and Commissioner Hauk, for those lovely opening remarks. I will continue to serve as general host for this workshop, and you will see me hand the baton at various points of this workshop to our moderators when we have the discussions. But of course, we'll start first with our presentations. And to kick us off today, we have Michelle Frederick, the Northern California Consolidation Coordinator from the SAFER program of the State Water Board, to start us off.
Good morning, Terrence. Thank you, commissioners, for having us today. We really appreciate being invited. I know I speak on behalf of my board members to express how excited we are that you all are working on this issue alongside us. It's a big issue for us, and we really appreciate your efforts. I don't know if I can get the next slide. So my name, as Terrence said, Michelle Frederick. I'm a supervising engineer of our SAFER section. And SAFER stands for the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resiliency. So that's our program here at the State Water Board that focuses on small water systems. Next slide. So the human right to water, just to kind of help frame everything for folks, the human right to water passed in 2012. It was Water Code Section 106.3 that basically said that every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water for adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. And then in 2019, this legislature passed Senate Bill 200, which provided funding for our SAFER program here at the Water Board, and has also come with a variety of different tools to sort of implement changes for our small water systems. Next slide, please. So just to give a sort of broad look at California's drinking water issue, we have very fragmented infrastructure in California when you compare us to other and utilities. So for instance, electrical utilities, and 75 maybe on the high end at this point, And wastewater treatment's about 900, but then for public water systems, we have about 7,300 water systems. So a lot of really small fragmented systems across California. Next slide, please. And of those 7,400, about 2,500 of them are community water systems. So they're kind of what you think of, they're either cities or they are smaller neighborhood associations, things like that. But you'll see that less than 500 connections, so 500 individual homes, makes up about 70% of those public water systems. So what we find is we just don't have the economies of scale that are needed to really get customer rates down, to have the infrastructure replacement that we need. So hence we have been working on what we call consolidations, like, you all call them acquisitions. But it's a big part of the SAFER program is to think about how we can deal with that fragmented nature. Next slide. And this just gives you some basic examples of what we see in the field. There just is a lack, because of the lack of number of connections, we often find, inadequate infrastructure. This is an example I took out in the field a long time ago. There just wasn't money to replace the tank. And you'll see that about 88% of our failing, or what we call human right to water systems, serve less than 500 connections. So next slide. So the State Water Board has sort of 3 different ways that we're going about this. We are first doing a needs assessment. That was one of the first things that came out of our SAFER program. And the idea is that typically we have about 380 right now water systems that are considered failing or on our human right to water list. Those systems come on and then come off, but then we tend to have more that come on right behind it. So that number, instead of dropping off, will stay constant. So our needs assessment really looks at who is at risk of failing, not just who's failing now. And so a big portion of that work, and we'll talk about today, because I think it really speaks to your inadequately operated and maintained category. It's kind of what we call our at-risk systems or our failing systems. And then we're looking at consolidations and regionalizations as one of the ways and one of the strategies to really address these issues. If we have a mobile home park that's just outside of a larger water system that may have arsenic or uranium or some sort of issue, the best solution ultimately will be to connect them to the city or to an investor-owned utility, rather than try to get them treatment that they'll struggle to maintain. And then we also have some solutions that we're working on for our rural communities. There are some communities that will never be able to be connected to a larger water system, and we're sort of building a toolbox of solutions for those communities. And part of the SAFER strategy is really to develop that creative policy tool set to address the challenges that we encounter. Next slide, please. And so our needs assessment, before I dig deep into it, I just wanted to let you know that it currently only focuses on community water systems, K through 12 schools, what are called SSWS, is state small water systems, and domestic wells. So it does that in a couple of different ways. I'm really going to dig in today with you all more on the community water system, K through 12 public schools, or I should say schools, not just public schools. And I also wanted to highlight that right now it only covers those water systems that have less than 30,000 connections, because those are typically where we find problems. Are much larger water systems. I think we looked and there had only been one that had failed in the past 6 or more years. And so, we're really focusing on those smaller systems. Next slide, please. So as I said, we prioritize systems differently. At the top, we have sort of our failing water systems. We also call those our human right to water list. We have a set of criteria that are in a report that was put out that says these are what is failing. Typically, it's a failure of a maximum contaminant level, but it may also be other things such as inadequate monitoring. If you have more than 3 or more where we feel like we can't actually determine whether or not your water system is meeting the maximum contaminant levels, that can be there as well. We also have our at-risk water systems, are potentially at risk, and then are not at risk. And so here are, next slide, please. So here are some of the different indicators that we are looking at for whether or not a water system is at risk. We look at water quality as a category, accessibility, affordability, and then TMF capacity, which stands for technical, managerial, and financial capacity. So there's a whole slew in each of those categories of different indicators that we are using. Things like E. coli presence or presence of increasing water trends towards an MCL, treatment technique violations, those fall around usually lead and copper, or they fall around surface water treatment failures. If you've been on the human right to water list over the past few years, that gives you added risk points. The percentage of your sources that exceed a maximum contaminant level, whether or not you have a constituent of emergent concern. For example, if you have hexavalent chromium, we see that MCL coming up on the future, that's a possible source of risk. I'm not going to go through all of this, but I did want to put them up there so that you all could take a look at them and they'd be part of the record. But just to give you a sense that we look pretty broadly across 4 different categories and try to assess what we may be seeing on the horizon. Next slide. And so each year we do an annual report. We do a needs assessment. We have public workshops prior to that. And then our report can be found on our website, and you can learn more about that report here. The report usually has, in addition, we're only focusing for this portion of the discussion on the risk, but at the at-risk list, but we also look at the costs associated with it. And we also look at and are diving into affordability more. So there's 2 other components I'm not really discussing, but I think are important to note. Next slide. So out of our last year's risk assessment, we created a needs assessment dashboard. And so you can go on our website, you can filter, is it a disadvantaged community? Am I in a certain county? What is my water system at risk? And if so, how come? So there's quite a bit of information on our website now that has never been there before. So you can also, I think one of the things that it lacks, honestly, is whether or not it's an investor-owned utility. So you can't screen that way because I think there's not, our 2 systems haven't historically been as well intertwined as we need to from a data standpoint to be able to do that. But, hopefully that's something we can work on going forward. But I wanted to just sort of share with you that that's available now. Next slide, please. And then, like I said, you can drill in specifically for an individual water system. We chose one that wasn't at risk for you to be able to see and see how each water system, it shows what it kind of risk it was given for each of the 4 categories that we looked at, and also the individual indicators. So there's a fair amount of information that's publicly available that wasn't available before. That's brand new. It came out probably in May of this year. So really want to encourage you all to think with us. And I know CPUC staff attended some of our workshops to help put input, and we had different discussions on that as well. Next slide, please. And so now moving away from the risk assessment, just kind of talking more about consolidations and what you all would call acquisitions. We are making some policy changes at the State Water Board. Most recently in our funding, our intended use plan, which is sort of how we schedule to spend our funding. One of the things that a significant change is that we are only going to be providing grant and principal forgiveness for consolidation projects, and not any other alternative to consolidation. If we know a consolidation is feasible, we don't want, even if it costs a little bit more, we want to make sure that we are making that long-term investment rather than putting band-aids on a system that isn't going to work in the long term. So that's definitely something that we have been considering for a long time, and really sort of built that into our policies now. We also prioritize our consolidation projects with our more serious health risk projects. So they're called A through C, but it's basically waterborne disease, maximum contaminant violations, things like that. But consolidations get prioritized up with those, even if they don't have that health risk associated with them, just because we think fundamentally it will keep those systems from coming on to our human right to water list over time. Next slide, please. And so, we have recently been doing a lot of outreach around partnership. Starting in July 1st of 2021, we sent out at least 3,100 letters to water systems recommending consolidation. We've done 22 water partnership workshops. 40% of the water systems that are on our failing water system list are currently in discussions on consolidation. So really trying to make sure that wherever we have a failing water system, we are talking to them about consolidation. Right now we have about 210, it's actually I looked yesterday and it was 225 consolidations that are in our funding queue. And then we're also, each year, we're going to be sending out letters to water systems that are at risk, along with letters recommending that they consider consolidation. And then we are also trying to focus wherever we can on getting regional projects, meaning that, if I have a large water system and they have 10 water systems in their service area, we'd rather talk to them about all 10 of them at one time, rather than sort of picking them off individually. It's just more efficient for us. It's more efficient for those large water systems. And, just a lot of activity in this area. We have mandatory consolidation authority that we can use, and it used to be just for disadvantaged communities that were failing. And recently it has been changed, so it also includes disadvantaged communities that are at risk. So some different things going on there too. And then next slide, please. We also have some funding changes. We're trying to, most of the consolidation projects are eligible for 100% grant, regardless of the category. Historically, we haven't been able to give grant funding to non-disadvantaged communities, but now if you're under 150% of the statewide medium household income, we can give up to 100% grant. There are some maximum amounts per connection that we can give. There's more detail in here that I'm going to go into, but I wanted to make sure that this was available for you all to dive into. But it is, it's available on our website and in our policies. Next slide, please. And so, we have eligible activities for our planning. We can do the engineering reports, the feasibility studies, the pilot studies, plans and specifications, environmental documents, sort of legal costs around that consolidation agreement. And then other eligible sort of construction costs can be limited, or not limited to, but include things like the storage tank. And if a larger water system needs to replace the distribution system and the meters to make it meet their sort of standards. We can do those kind of things. We also can pay for additional source capacity if needed. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible for water systems to join in. And then next slide, please. And then we also provide consolidation incentives for receiving water systems. So if a larger entity takes on a smaller public water system, we have, in addition to sort of paying for the consolidation itself, we will give that larger water system up to $10 million in zero interest financing for a project of their own. So let's say the larger water system needs to replace their storage tank. We could give them zero interest loan to do that, up to $10 million. We also give grant principal forgiveness between $3,000 and $10,000, depending on the status of sort of the community's economic status. So that, and that again would be put towards the larger water systems project, a tank or whatever it is that they need. We do not do incentives for larger water systems if we end up going to mandatory consolidation. And then there are also additional incentives that we have for managerial consolidations where, I think in your parlance, it would be, for instance, where someone acquired someone that's at a distance, but isn't actually physically connecting. And again, all of the details are here in our intended use plan that you can look into. And then next slide, please. We've also created a lot of different tools to support these partnerships and acquisitions. We have a new safer outreach tool so that people can go and look. They can look at the public water system boundaries, so the investor-owned utilities in this case. They can look who's inside their boundaries, not just the public water systems, but also state smalls. They can look at how many domestic wells are there. They can look at the risk status. For instance, is that water system inside their boundary at risk? Are they failing? Are they likely to be DAC or DAC, so a disadvantaged community? Trying to really find ways to make it straightforward for water systems to help us sort of on these efforts. And then next slide, please. And then we're trying to also eliminate some of our processes. And I think that's where we'd like to work with you all as well. For instance, this is an example of just some really straightforward consolidations. This is Cal Water Service in Stockton. They have about 175,000 people. And right inside their boundaries, we have several water systems. They're little tiny mobile home parks or little tiny water systems. You know, one of them is failing, has a failing nitrate, maximum contaminant level. You know, a line is not very far out from this water system. These are the kind of systems we'd really like to work with you all. And we're trying to work internally to eliminate processes as much as we can. Because in our mind, these are, we kind of call these the low-hanging fruit. I mean, these just should be consolidated rather than doing treatment, recognizing that there's not going to be any big changes in boundaries, that there's usually not as much infrastructure that's needed. So these are the kind of things we really want to work with you all to streamline and eliminate processes as much as we can. Next slide. And then, you know, this is another example of a Cal Water Service, Selma, and it's got about 26,000 connections, but not very far from a school that has 1,2,3-trichloropropane above the MCL, you know, 500 plus students. You know, it's about a mile-ish from the water system. We'd really like to be able to connect this school because when we have schools, the teachers really need to be focusing on teaching. They don't need to have to like run a public water system that has contaminants. It's, you know, so challenging for them to do that in most cases. So, you know, working with you all to expedite these processes and remove hurdles, we realize that this is sort of a different case scenario than the previous slide, and that, you know, there may be boundary changes or different things that are needed, but just wanted to kind of highlight the kind of projects that we're talking about. And then next slide, please. And then just sort of here is a case study for you. This one is an acquisition that was more of what we would consider sort of a managerial consolidation, because it won't be physically consolidated, in that you can't take a pipeline out to it. But it is NorCal Waterworks. It was previously known as River Estates. It's up in Tehama County. It's 17 residential connections serving about 45 people. They are very rural. The closest water system is approximately 3.5 miles. And I just kind of did a picture of it there for you all to get a sense of it. Next slide, please. It's a disadvantaged community. They have a boil water order due to the fact that they're regularly failing to perform bacteriological monitoring. The well is poorly constructed. They haven't been able to keep a certified operator or keep chlorine residuals. We've had difficulty getting a hold of the owner. They had overdue laboratory fees, so the lab wasn't working with them anymore. They had overdue payments to PG&E, so power could be cut off at any time. And frankly, customers haven't been paying haven't been paying water rates for several years now because of sort of the disconnectedness and the particular circumstances of this water system. So we are working on proposing an administrator. Next slide, please. For this water system, which is a new tool that we have that allows us to bring in an outside group to run the water system, sort of like a receiver, but we don't have to go through the courts. We have some public processes we have to do. But, you know, and we're doing initial O&M funding and funding that receiver. You know, it's on the order of about $1 million, to be frank, to like get this system back up. And that isn't going to include probably all the infrastructure. So really sort of getting ahead of these systems before they fail and being able to like work with you all to get rates where they should be and to be able to assess them early on is really important to us. And then ultimately, we're also going to likely be doing mandatory consolidation for this water system with Del Oro Water Company. Del Oro has sort of been generous enough to offer to help sort of take this one on once it gets in a better place. That requires us to do 2 public meetings before the order, which we've completed. It also requires, and I think this is important for how we collaborate, it requires that we analyze the fair market value prior to issuing our mandatory consolidation order under Health and Safety Code, section 116682. We have to compensate privately owned subsumed water systems, the fair market value as determined by your agency or ours. So that's, you know, I know that's sort of leading into one of our other upcoming workshops, but just kind of put that on your mind too, that not only do we have to talk about it in the context of regular acquisitions and consolidations, we also have this special case where we're using mandatory consolidation and we have to, it's kind of a takings if we don't sort of address that aspect of it. So, and I think next slide, that is it. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Terrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for that presentation. We appreciate you covering the large scope of issues that we're facing here with these water systems and really highlighting the great work that the board is doing and really tackling this issue. And this is what we're here to provide an opportunity to highlight our partnership here between the commission and the board to really look at how we can present solutions for this large number of systems. And so thank you for that singular case study. I know we prepped on what would be a good case study for this workshop and what would be applicable in the scope of looking at a particular acquisition. And we know there are other examples and different case studies we can look at, but with the focus on time allotment here, we're trying to keep things very singularly focused and on time. And with that, I'll continue to roll on through our presentations here. There will be ample time for questions as well, but we'd like to get our block of presentations first. So for our next presentation, we have Justin McBride from UCLA, who is the co-author of the report on designing water system consolidation projects. So I'll hand it off to Justin now.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, and thanks for inviting me to come and speak with you all this morning. I'm going to be talking a little bit about a report that I worked on with Dr. Kristen Dobbin and Dr. Greg Pierce here at UCLA around different considerations that go into water system consolidation projects and ideas that came out of conversations we had with different practitioners and other folks, as well as looking at some hard numbers. The organizers of this event also asked for just a little bit of context in terms of what consolidation activity is currently happening in the state of California, so I'll go over that as well. Next slide, please. Again, the report is something I worked on with Kristen Dobbin, who's now at UC Berkeley, and Greg Pierce here at UCLA, both pretty well known in the water scholarship world. The report was funded by the NSF and the Water Foundation, and we worked in partnership with a community advisory board here that you can check out. So next slide, please. So basically, when you're looking at a consolidation project, and again, we use the term consolidation can mean a lot of different things, and I think the previous presenter, Michelle, was talking about how in the CPUC world, it's oftentimes a merger or an acquisition between two IOUs. Those are two common kinds of consolidations, and we included a third kind too, which would not come in front of the CPUC very often, which is where groups will collaborate or water systems will collaborate, oftentimes through a joint powers authority, as the three sort of main types of consolidation projects that go on. In the report, and I won't go over each of these in a ton of detail now, but I encourage you to check out the report if you want more. We try to break down nine different considerations that might assess whether or not consolidation is a good idea in any given case. So when you're looking at a potential consolidation project, these are things that you might want to keep in mind as to whether or not it's a good idea to proceed or what the outcome of that consolidation might be. So the first one is the scope of powers or authorities. Basically, when you consolidate an entity, one entity is taking over another, or two entities are combining in some kind of way. But because of the differences in water system governance, which I'll talk about in a little bit, the powers and authorities that the water utility might have are going to change on the back end of the consolidation, right? So a system that can do certain things pre-consolidation may lose those powers, or it may gain new powers or authorities afterwards. Another one's obviously implications for other services or powers. This is especially a factor when you're looking at a municipal government taking over things. Anyway, municipal governments, general purpose governments provide all kinds of services. And taking over water system in one area may have implications for some other things as well. Revenue and cost features, obviously, is the new system going to be fiscally viable? Our revenue stream is going to be sufficient. TMF capacity, which Michelle talked about a fair amount, is a major driver for a lot of consolidations. Just the assessment that small systems lack in this area or are unable to move forward. Will the new system have sufficient TMF capacity to survive and provide water affordability, and the affordability of water on the back end in particular, we've talked about as well. Representation and transparency is a really important consideration, I think, particularly for the types of consolidations that you all will be considering. Again, this gets back in some ways to what I was talking about with point number one, but because different system governance structures are structured differently, water users may gain or lose representation on the back end of a consolidation project, particularly when they're going from a public to a private entity or from one type of private entity to another. Their rights for representation in water decision-making change or can change very drastically, again, depending on the consolidation pathway. Administrative and transaction costs are important. Consolidations aren't free typically. And so it's definitely something to consider. Sustainability and climate resilience. Will the new system be sustainable? And lastly, access to safe, reliable drinking water. Next slide, please. So, the quicker way to do this is just like looking at consolidation projects from two angles. One is to look at the outcomes that you want to have. Which of those 9 things are the key things that you want to benefit from? Or the other is to try to figure out how to maximize benefits. How can you make the best of all of those? I think are 2 different ways to assess consolidation projects that we sort of argue in the report. Okay, I'm going to move now to a little bit more concrete numbers of what's going on in California. So next slide, please. Between 2015 and 2021, and this is stuff that's not in the report, but another project that I've worked on with Doctors Pierce and Dobbin. There are 185 unique consolidation projects in the state of California over kind of the last 6 years, not counting this year. So the vast majority of those were physical consolidations rather than managerial consolidations, which means 2 systems were actually intertied. And systems are pretty close together, which makes sense if you consider that most of them are physical consolidations, obviously. The average sort of distance between the 2 systems was less than a mile. Next slide, please. So just generally, what do these consolidations look like? Generally, they're larger systems taking over smaller systems. The median consolidated system was only 120 users. The vast majority of consolidations in that set were prompted by water quality concerns. So the consolidating system had some water quality issues that prompted them to pursue looking for a new receiving system to take over them. And most of the systems relied on groundwater in this sort of set. TMF capacity and impacts from disasters like wildfires and some other major disasters have also led things, but by and large, it's been quality issues. Next slide, please. When you look at the world of IOUs, it's a relatively small part of that universe. It's a little bit less than a third of the consolidations involved in investor-owned utility receiving other systems, either through privatization or through a merger with some other kind of system. The system sizes are about the same as otherwise, and most were groundwater reliant, just like in other things. So in other respects, it mirrors the sort of general landscape of consolidations in the state. There are more managerial consolidations in the IOU sort of universe, which makes sense if you think about it. So next slide, please. So just really quickly, there's roughly 5 types of governance structures. There's actually 26 different types of structures that can govern a water system here in the state of California. We sort of lump them into 5 kind of broad categories, just to keep in mind that each of these is going to have different powers. And in fact, all 26 in some ways are different from each other. General purpose governments are cities or counties basically running a water system as part of their general mission of providing government services. Independent districts are another common one. There's like a dozen different types of independent districts that can operate water systems throughout the state, all of which have different powers. Importantly, some of them restrict voting rights to landowners and others don't. Investor-owned utilities, which this commission is most familiar with, of course. Nonprofits or mutual water systems is how they're commonly called here in California. Are another very, very common small water system governance structure. These are nonprofit organizations that are co-ops where governance decisions are in the hands of landowners that live within the area served by the mutual water company. So water users have no rights except by virtue of owning land under those. And then the last one are other kinds of businesses or entities that run water on the side. Like the example Michelle talked about of a K through 12 school that also operates a water system throughout the course of their business. And so when we're talking about shifting in a consolidation, shifting governance structures, what we're saying is that if you go from one type of this to another, the experience of the water user is going to change in some ways in terms of like their ability to reach out to the water system about concerns they may have. If you're used to being able to call a city council member about it and the system consolidates into an IOU, that may change pretty drastically. On the other hand, if you have a mutual water system and you're a renter, you may actually have an easier time connecting with an IOU or an independent special district than you would previously under an MWC. Next slide, please. These two charts show the sort of pathways of the consolidations that we've seen, and I think the slide on the right are the community water systems, which are probably more important to look at. And I think this is really interesting because it shows you that most consolidations that IOUs are involved in are between IOUs. So the system on the left would be the consolidating system, and the system on the right would be the receiving system. And you can see that the flow into IOUs, into this receiving system, over half of them are coming from other IOUs, which is very different than the other two most common types of receiving systems, such as general purpose governments and special districts. IOUs tend to sort of consolidate with other IOUs through mergers or acquisitions, much less so are privatizations kind of going through, at least over the past 6 years, which would be through general purpose governments or special districts into IOUs. You can see that those consolidation pathways are relatively infrequent, at least in recent history in California. Similarly, nonprofits, which are mutual water companies, tend to consolidate more towards general purpose governments or special districts than into IOUs. Next slide, please. And lastly, we were asked to talk a little bit about the implications for disadvantaged communities. I think one interesting finding that we found is that merged systems tend to be very similar to the systems that they consolidate into in terms of race or ethnicity, median household income, or renter rates. It makes sense because they tend to be very close to each other, right? We said earlier the average distance was a mile. However, we did find that higher resource communities, communities that in 2 of 3 of these regards were higher than the state average, consolidated at twice the rate of lower resource communities in California over the past 6 years, which might be unexpected given that water quality issues are driving these. But anyway, it's definitely an interesting finding and something to consider. Next slide. So these are 2 questions that we'll come back to, I think, later, but how do you define inadequately operated and maintained systems and how to encourage consolidations, I think, are key sort of takeaways from this. And I'll finish there.
Great, thank you, Justin. I appreciate your presentation, consolidating your report with Kristen, Dalvin, and your fellow co-authors of just being able to highlight the universe that we're operating in. I know we touched on some part of the universe with Michelle's presentation previously, and now we're looking really at the large scope of what we're faced with and the different metrics that are provided in the report will hopefully shine a light into what we're trying to tackle here. And I appreciate you showing us a visual presentation of how we're looking to define such systems and also look at what we can do in the various methods of consolidations. So with that, I'd like to give us all a reprieve from these wonderful slide decks and hand it off to Jesse Snyder, who will give us a verbal presentation. Apologies to those who have a strong affinity to PowerPoint presentations, but now I'd like to introduce Jesse Snyder, who is the Director of Community Development at Self-Help Enterprises. So Jesse, please take it away.
Thank you, Terrence. Good morning, everyone. It's true, I don't have a PowerPoint. I hope that is all right with folks. I wanted to just spend a little time talking about what it looks like on the ground for small water systems, especially the very small water systems. So our organization, Self-Help Enterprises, serves the San Joaquin Valley. We do a couple of different things. One is affordable housing. We build a lot of affordable housing, both single family and multifamily. But then we also have a very robust water program that works in a couple of different ways. And the program that I coordinate, which is called Community Development, is by and large a technical assistance team that works specifically with small, rural, disadvantaged drinking water systems and wastewater systems. So we are a technical assistance provider to the State Water Resources Control Board. So under the programs that Michelle was talking about, we receive funding to basically be an assistance provider, a support provider to the people running the smallest water systems in the San Joaquin Valley. And there's a lot of kind of technical, managerial, and financial support that is involved in that. But then there's also a great deal of development of capital projects, seeking of funding, and getting projects designed, implemented, and built. So we work with the smallest systems, you know, somewhere between, most of our systems are somewhere between 25 connections and maybe 500 connections at the large end. And a lot of the systems that kind of fall into those parameters are ones that have been run and are being run by largely by volunteers. And that's a key piece of, I think, the challenges that they face is that the different types of governance structures, which Justin was just talking about, often are governed by a volunteer board of directors. And the water systems are often so small that their revenue streams are insufficient to really hire the appropriate trained professionals to operate the systems on a day-to-day basis and to do things like keeping books and sending bills and taking samples. All of those really critical essential functions are often assumed by volunteers who may hold the proper credentials but really lack a lot of the experience and sort of global knowledge that really helps in running a well-run water system. And so what we end up seeing is a lot of deferred maintenance. We see artificially suppressed rates, and we see folks basically just kind of doing the best they can to get from day to day, and it's really difficult to ever make significant improvements and actually, you know, improve the lot of the water system and its customers. That's, of course, further exacerbated by the fact that so many San Joaquin Valley communities are very low income. And so water systems really are restricted at the rates that they can charge because there comes a certain point where rates are literally unaffordable and families can no longer pay them. So you combine all of those things and you end up with a phrase that I saw mentioned in your environmental and social justice plan, which is legacy systems, legacy infrastructure deficiencies. So one really important way out of these situations is consolidations and acquisitions. It's not the only answer, but increasingly it does emerge as the best answer in many situations. One of the most obvious reasons is just simply economies of scale. I'm sure that most of our listeners here today are familiar with the idea that a larger system is usually able to spread its costs over more customers, thereby bringing down the cost per customer. And that's a really critical piece that small water systems really just can never hope to achieve. It's just beyond their reach to achieve those economies of scale. So consolidations and acquisitions can lead to greater economies of scale. So one thing I wanted to talk about was what the experience of a consolidation or an acquisition can be like to the recipients, to the system that's being consolidated. They may know what their struggles are, the things that I've just talked about, but it's been that way, right? It's been that way for a long time, and there's a lot of rural mindset that comes into the managing of water systems in rural areas, which is to be self-sufficient and to do the best you can with what you have. And while it may be even painfully obvious to folks analyzing a situation or looking at it from the outside that a consolidation or an acquisition is a no-brainer, is obviously the right solution, it can look really different from the other side of the coin. Systems can feel like, hey, this is our legacy. This is something we've been doing, perhaps for generations, maintaining this water system. My grandfather might have done it and my father might have done it, and now it's my turn and I'm on this board and I'm going to do the best I can to take care of my community. And an acquisition or a consolidation in that situation can really feel like a threat. I think Justin mentioned the difference between going from being able to call a city council person to respond to a water issue to then having an IOU where the best you might be able to do is an 800 number. I mean, you can take that even a step further and say, a lot of small water systems, they're used to knocking on their next door neighbor's door to say, hey, there's a leak out here, or hey, my pressure's bad. It's even closer than calling a city council member. And that can be a really hard thing to let go of as well. So, one thing I want to recommend in the process of working toward consolidations, well, there's several things actually. But one thing is that the commission and water systems IOUs who are interested in pursuing acquisitions, I'd encourage you to start by getting to know the communities that you're interested in helping. Get to know them through regional processes that they may be participating in, like their groundwater sustainability agency, for example. Get to know them by holding trainings or attending trainings, and look for informal ways to support. Maybe you become just a local source of expertise that folks can call if they need to ask a question or borrow a piece of equipment or something like that. I encourage you to utilize services like ours in technical assistance. Most of the technical assistance providers are kind of local organizations who know their communities, know the communities they work in, and using technical assistance can help bridge communication gaps and help build trust with communities. And start with some analysis, start with studies and figure out what the numbers look like. Ultimately, one of the main objections to consolidations on the part of small communities and their customers is that they imagine that their costs will actually go up rather than come down. And it's important to have factual information that you can share to say, hey, no, this would be the result. And maybe that's not just in terms of a lower water rate, maybe it's also illustrating and explaining ways that that better maintenance and better planning will work out better over the long term, have improved impacts on property values and the like. And give folks time to get used to the idea of a consolidation or an acquisition. These are traditionally have been really slow projects. There are lots of reasons for that, but one of the reasons is that small communities do need time to get used to the idea of change and what it would be like in a new situation. I also certainly recommend that you take good advantage of the funding that's available from the State Water Board that Michelle was describing. There's also funding available from the Department of Water Resources, and we have federal dollars coming our way as well. So this is an extraordinary moment in water, drinking water infrastructure development in terms of the capital funding that is available right now that hasn't been in the past and I'm sure will not be available forever. So this is a really great time to act and to get these projects moving before the window of opportunity to access such wonderful funding goes away. I think that's my 10 minutes, so I'll stop there, but happy to take questions as needed. Thanks, Terrence.
Great, thank you, Jessie. I appreciate you highlighting the real world examples that we face that you live on a day-to-day basis. And it's really touching on these underrepresented communities and really the challenges faced in legacy systems and rural communities. We'll continue to hold on questions until after our break and really focus on getting through our presentations here. So with that, I'll hand it off next to Russ Bryden, the next presenter, who is coming from LA County. He serves as the Assistant Deputy Director of the County of LA Department of Public Works, and he will provide us another example that came before the Commission with sativa. And I'd like to remind everyone here in Commission parlance that the sativa acquisition is considered an open proceeding, and we're limiting the scope of what we talk about here to the focus of this acquisitions rulemaking and not getting into any specifics to avoid any potential concerns with Commissioner speak. So with that, I'll hand it to Russ next.
Thanks, Terrence. And I have some good news for everyone. I think, well, first of all, you can see me, hear me, we're okay? Awesome, thanks. I do have some good news on that front. The transfer of sativa, the sale, the close of escrow is scheduled for later this week or the first part of next week. So we're really close to being at the end of this odyssey, but not quite there yet. So let's I don't see it up yet. Can we put up my my slide deck? As a government entity, much like the military, PowerPoint is our way of communicating. So I will share some slides with you of the experience at Sativa. Not that one. Yes, that one. Thanks very much. So good morning. My name is Russ Bryden. I am the, let's stay with the first slide. My name is Russ Bryden. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director with the Department of Public Works for Los Angeles County. I'm also the county's manager for its water utility. In terms of today, I think it's probably best to think of me in two roles. First, that the equivalent of a general manager for the county's water utility, our waterworks districts, but also as the state's first administrator, the state's first use of the administrator program. That was at a small water system in the city of Compton, unincorporated area of Willowbrook called Sativa. But first, let me give you some background on my agency and how we got involved in this. So let's go to slide 2, please. So as I mentioned, I work for Los Angeles County Public Works. We're the largest public works agency in the nation. You name it, we do it. Of course, we're an infrastructure-focused agency. We serve LA County's 10 million residents. We are similar to DWR in that we have 14 major dams, debris basins, spreading grounds, reservoirs, and a whole flood control network. We're similar to Caltrans in that we operate a vast network of streets and highways. And everything in between, traffic signals, general aviation airports, building department, development department, solid waste, sewer utility, and of course, my favorite, the county's water utility. So our county board of supervisors and our public works director, Mark Pastrella, have a long history of providing leadership on water resources issues for the LA region. In fact, similar to IRWIMP, the Integrated Regional Water Management Program, the county has developed what we call the County Water Plan. It's basically like an IRWIMP 2.0, and what we think of as the local extension of the state's water plan. The intent of this plan really is to fill in the gaps between existing agency plans and to create a set of uniform regional targets that we can all aspire toward. Really, we have major players like Metropolitan Water District, City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, but there are gaps between the services offered, and that's what that county water plan is. So as you can imagine, given today's topic, one of those elements in the water plan is support for small water systems. So the county's actually exploring that issue right now beyond Sativa. What is our ongoing role as it relates to the state board, the PUC, and small systems? How can we be involved in that process and help? In the case of Sativa, though, there was an immediate and great need. So the county stepped in as the safety net. And that's really what the county waterworks districts are. We leveraged our expertise and capabilities as a water utility with 80,000 connections. 80,000 connections is what we have to stabilize Sativa. Okay, let's go ahead and move to slide 3. Thank you. So on the screen is a map of the water systems surrounding Sativa. I mentioned before that Sativa is adjacent to Compton. Small map, but it serves its purpose. That pink that's kind of in the middle, or I should say upper left quadrant. I don't know if that's pink, fuchsia. I don't know colors. That's Sativa Water District. So it's surrounded by the city of Compton. It's surrounded by IOUs, Golden State, Park Utilities, now Liberty. And I think Cal Water is around there as well. But what you can see from this map is LA County is nowhere near this. In fact, our closest yard is close to 70 miles away. It's way out on the coast in Malibu. And then we have another major maintenance yard up in the Antelope Valley, another 70 miles and really an hour and a half in traffic away. In terms of Sativa, though, it's a tough neighborhood. There's extensive gang activity and violent crime. This is not just a DAC, it's a severe DAC with a lot of stuff going on. But it's also filled with a lot of hardworking folks that really just want to raise their families and be left alone. The system itself has 1,600 connections. It serves 7,000 residents, and it's only 1/3 of a square mile in size. So really small water system. Really, it's the legacy system that we were just talking about. Other major systems incorporated or consolidated over the years, and Sativa has just kind of always existed. So no economies of scale there. Sativa is 100% residential. There's no commercial connections in there. Annual revenue is only 1.4 million. And here's where it gets scary. They have 2 wells, no interconnections with other systems, no storage, no tanks, and interestingly enough, they don't have water meters. They never went to water meters. There are also interesting cultural issues, cultural clashes in the neighborhood. This is kind of ground zero between changing demographic groups. It's historically been a largely Black community. The Latinx community is now moving into the area, and so there's distrust, mistrust between those two cultures as situations change. And then there's large issues with immigration status, fear of government, mistrust of government. That's kind of all the setting to what's about to happen. So let's go ahead and go to slide 4 now. So Sativa is famous, really more of infamous for brown water. I'll tell you when to click on the slide, on the video, just a second here. So infamous for brown water. They've had intermittent brown water for many years. There's manganese throughout the area. Manganese, when oxidized, will clump up and it forms kind of that brown, yucky, murky water. So we knew that going in. The DDW, the state board, knew that going in, but there was no indication of financial insolvency, no indication of deferred or unperformed maintenance, and no indication of failing mechanical and electrical equipment. Back in 2018, right before things blew up, they attempted to flush their system out in response to the brown water. That was a disaster. They wound up going to bottled water for, I think it was 4 days. And even after that, there was a brown tint in the water. They had stirred something up in the distribution system and it just never settled out. That led to an outcry from customers. Brown water for brown people was one of the things they said. So an environmental justice issue. And that led to kind of a public outcry. It gained media attention and eventually support from every level of government, including the state legislature. So the Sativa board and its GM were resistant to help. They wanted money, they wanted grants, they wanted to be left alone, though really echoing what Jesse said earlier of, hey, this is our system, we don't want you in here, you know, we have problems, but we're the best people to handle this. So very, very resistant to any sort of outside help. The TMF idea that we work with, really all they want is the funding portion of that. So their unwillingness led to something like a hostile takeover. You might remember AB 1577. That's where the legislature actually dissolved this water system's publicly elected board and appointed the county as administrator. It gave us immunity as well, which is important. And it put Sativa into something like a state of receivership. And eventually LAFCO, or I should say LAFCO was involved all along, but eventually LAFCO dissolved that former special district and consolidated it with the county. Let's go ahead and play that video now so the audience can get an idea of what we're yep. So I'll talk over this. Let's turn down the volume while you're doing that. So this is just a simple question. This is one of my
Usually the first 2 seconds,
what the water system looks like. Which
let's see if we get better quickly.
That brown you see at first is just the lateral clearing. Laterals don't really get much circulation, but there towards the end was when it was actually pulling water out of the main. That's what's in their mains, their water mains. Absolutely incredible. That's like Thai iced tea. I've never seen that water, that color of water coming out of a professionally run system. So serious, serious problems at Sativa. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Well, there I am again. I'll go ahead and we'll just keep going with this. So the job of the administrator is something like an emergency room, or at least that's how I've come to, we should be on slide 5. Yep. So the county's job is something like an emergency room compared with the rest of the hospital. The job of the emergency room is to stabilize the patient, right? You're not going to the emergency room for ongoing health maintenance stuff. Your job is to set that broken bone, to stop the bleeding, to handle that immediate stuff that's going to kill you. After that, you get discharged, and your regular primary care physician will work with you to get you back to health. That's how I've always viewed the administrator program. We're the emergency room. We're a temporary fix to stabilize the system, but there are probably better options for permanent consolidation, permanent operation. The county's intent was to be at Sativa for only 18 to 24 months. Really, I was hoping to only be there for 12. I thought that I could be a miracle worker and get us out of there in 12. We just passed 4 years, so I was a little bit off on that, but that's something important that we're going to need to remember as we talk a little bit more today. We really wanted to get in there, fix it, and get out. Lightning speed to minimize costs. Yeah, it didn't happen so much. Without going into a lot of detail, there are all sorts of fascinating stories. They were financially insolvent. They had $0. Actually, they had $30,000 in their bank account, but they had $60,000 of outstanding bills. The telephone service was canceled. It was disconnected on my second day there due to non-payment. They had a balloon payment on a loan they were taking out, or they had taken out, of another, I think it was $90,000 that was due 30 days from the day we took over. They had no money to pay that. They were just in an awful, awful situation. And then on top of that, the infrastructure itself hadn't been maintained. Everything was cobbled together. Really just a problem. And yet their field guys, like many of our field guys, really cared about the system. They were actually using their own money, trips to Home Depot to buy parts to keep the water system operating, their own money to do that. Let's go ahead and go to slide 6. So over the next 12 months, with massive effort by the county's water utility team and a huge cash infusion of general funds from the county itself, the Sativa system was stabilized. We really nailed it. We got it done. At that point, our focus shifted to selecting a permanent service provider, so moving them out of the emergency room and back to their primary care physician. The RFP process, I think, is really what we're going to talk about today. So the theme that we used to structure the RFP was really what the customers, what that community felt were their priorities. And so we held workshops, we held community meetings, a ton of one-on-one meetings. I walked the neighborhood basically every day that I was there, just getting a sense of what was important to people, asking them how their water quality was. At the end of the day, it came down to 3 things that were the community's priority. They wanted low-cost water, couldn't afford expensive water. They wanted to keep prices low, their rates low. They wanted safe water, make sure that they would be able to feed to provide their kids with water that was safe to drink. They wouldn't have to worry about any chemicals. And they wanted good customer service. There were all sorts of stories about customers being treated very hostilely, disrespected, and other things. So low-cost water, safe water, and good customer service. The county's priorities were similar, but we also had the additional priorities of a competent and experienced entity to take over management. And then, of course, the ability to finalize the agreement, the sale, in a timely manner. We put the RFP out on the street. There were 6 respondents. One of them was a public water system. It was a wholesaler, a member agency. And then there were 5 IOUs. So the vast majority of everyone interested was IOUs. County also put together our cost to run the system. But as I mentioned before, we're so far away that the overhead costs went through the roof, and it just wasn't viable for us to continue. We wouldn't have been able to deliver water at an affordable price for the community. So we knew we had to find a new permanent provider. Yeah. Ultimately, Suburban Water Systems was selected as the most responsive bidder to the customer's priorities and the county's priorities. We then moved out of the RFP process into the PUC application and the PUC review process. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But during that process, and it was an extended time, we actually hired Suburban to operate Sativa on our behalf. So that's both the office side and the infrastructure side. And we did that until the sale is final. So we're just about wrapping up on that. That allowed the county to pull back, to lessen costs, and to really focus on the transfer of the system, focus our priorities on that. So as I mentioned, Suburban essentially prepared the application to the PUC. PUC moved really quickly, lightning speed. Really want to thank you for that. And I'll talk more on that shortly. And as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, it looks like escrow is going to close later this week, maybe the first part of next week. We're having some, as happens with every home sale, right? Some last minute hiccups that we're working through. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm now going to spend a couple minutes giving you my thoughts on consolidation, some of my observations that I hope will be of use to the Commission and really to the State Board as we consider more consolidations in the future. So the first thing I'll talk about is public agencies and IOUs, different options, right? So Justin gave a really cool presentation. I love this slide with the like the thickness or the intensity, the frequency of the type of system and receivership and the type of system that's acquiring them. So public agencies and investor-owned utilities. When it comes to public agencies, I do think that there are some advantages, and that's important that we consider that. That may be the way to go. The biggest of these, in my mind at least, it avoids the idea of privatizing or selling off public assets. It's the public's infrastructure, it's in the public's hands. It should stay in the public hands. That sentiment was very strong in the Sativa community. Arguably, there's a tighter connection as well between customers and administrators via elected officials. And I think that was Jessie's presentation where she's talking about, not even calling up your elected official, but going next door and telling them, hey, we have a leak. It's a little bit more distant with IOUs. It is that 800 number. Government also has the advantage of transparency in everything that we do. But at the same time, there's some drawbacks to going with government. One of the big ones is public contracting code. It's difficult and it takes time to meet the requirements of the public contracting code, 3 bids, proper advertising. That can be an impediment. Public systems like ours in LA County, our waterworks districts, also have a finite amount of staff support, and it takes a long time to add new positions. First, you have to get budget approval to do them, then you have to go through the hiring process. And for us, that's typically on the order of years, maybe like 18 months. And anytime we do that, anytime we try to help with an existing system, essentially what we're doing is we're removing maintenance staff from our existing systems and refocusing them on the other systems. So the existing systems will suffer to some extent. And then the other concept is that there's often jurisdictional limits. DWP has 1 million connections compared to our waterworks districts, which have about 80,000. But they have a limitation of only being able to operate within the city boundary. So even though DWP was really the 600-pound gorilla, and they were only about a mile away from Sativa, they had no ability to help out because of their city charter, their restriction to city boundaries. So really, I think there's a push to find regional agencies like the county waterworks districts to do these consolidations if you want to go the public route. On the other hand, for investor-owned utilities, really quick at having their management make decisions and then implementing them. They're a business. They operate like a business. They, of course, have no restrictions from the public contracting code. They can bring staff on board very effectively, just replace them instantly through their hiring process. In some cases, they're able to consolidate districts or expand existing districts so they have an ability to share costs where we don't in public systems. That nexus is a little bit tighter for us. And then typically IOUs will have pretty healthy infrastructure because of the PUC process and how rates are increased. They also have ratepayer assistance programs, financial assistance programs, whereas public agencies can't due to our piece of Prop 218. And I think that's really key for consolidation of systems. Usually they're not in affluent areas. Usually they're in underserved, disadvantaged communities. Okay, let's go on to slide 8. So slide 8 is the reality of administrator costs. We've worked quite a bit with the state board on this. So the first thing I want to say is all the state departments were super supportive and staff was wonderful. DWR and Michelle's group were just fantastic. Or I should say DWR was fantastic, their Irwin group, I think it was Carmel. The state board, Michelle's group was just fantastic, trying to connect us with grants. PUC, your staff was fantastic as well. Spent a lot of time working with them to try to structure things. Just everyone was really supportive of the process, and I want to thank you guys for that. But in terms of costs for infrastructure, we were able to get a $2 million grant from the state board for emergency repairs to Sativa's well and like some circulation issues in the system. And then we got a $2 million grant from IRWIMP. So that was our infrastructure support, about $4 million. And then in terms of the administrator, and mind you, the program has evolved, so it's not like this anymore. We got a $200,000 grant from the state board to pay for the administrator activities. So 200,000 might sound low to you, especially given that over the 4 years that the county was there, we spent close to $13 million of our own general funds, in addition to that $4 million in grant funds. 13 million of our own funds to stabilize Sativa. So depending on how the PUC values the system, what the acquisition price winds up to be, it's a real possibility that not all of the administrator's costs will be able to be recovered through that purchase price. And that's something I think we should talk more about. And that's true, especially given that many of these systems have outstanding debt on top of infrastructure deficiencies. One thing I do want to call out about costs is that grants can't go to private entities. Grants are, generally speaking, at least in my experience, only for public entities. So although we received grants from the state board, and they helped quite a bit, and water resources, they can't be transferred to IOUs. And so that's extended the timeline. The amount of time that we've had to spend at Sativa as we're trying to wrap these grants up. And ultimately, the county is going to hold on to one of the wells for another 18 months or so as we build a manganese treatment system, wellhead treatment system with the IRWIMP grant that DWR gave us. So the sale that I mentioned is for all of Sativa's assets except for that well. And then that well will be transferred once the grant is done. Let's go ahead and go to slide 9. So this is the realities of the timeline. As I mentioned before, I was optimistic and thought we could get out of there in 12 months. Our real timeline was 12 to 18 months. We're now 4 years later. So we've been there for a minute. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think everyone did the best that they possibly could to expedite the process, but the reality is it's just really, really long. The RFP process for public contracting takes a while. Negotiating the deal with a public agency took a while. It had to go to our board of supervisors. That took a minute as well. And like I mentioned, it's mitigated partially by having the successful bidder, Suburban Water Systems, provide O&M while all this was happening. But it still requires an awful lot of time to do this. And again, thank you to the PUC who approved the application in lightning time. But let me talk about predictability and certainty for customers as well. So again, huge thanks to the PUC for the speed that you handled this, for what we were able to do. I have some thoughts on this, and they don't really work within our existing structure, but I still want you to be aware of them. One of the most frequent comments I got as we were executing the RFP process is, what will our future rates be? Who is the successful bidder? Who will our provider be? And what will our water rates be? We couldn't give them that certainty. That's of course all part of the PUC review process, the application process. Suburban had proposed a rate, but it needed to be approved by the PUC. The more certainty that we can give those customers, that community, the better off they are. What I found is that information vacuum, when you're not able to tell someone, especially in communities like this, it doesn't sit idle. That's where gossip and rumors start, and they're always dark. It's always on the negative side of things. So information gaps or lack of certainty leads to fear, and then you have to deal with that whole side of community outreach and bringing the community along. Okay, so let's go to slide 10. I'm wrapping it up here now. Takeaways, I think what I'd like you to think about is that serving as the administrator is a serious commitment of time and money. And there's no guarantee that your noble action, that your for the betterment of the people action, will result in you being made whole. That's something we really need to tackle, and the PUC is absolutely part of that process. Next thought is that grant funding is helpful, but it adds delays to the projects, to the consolidation, and it extends our stay. We're on slide 10. Public agencies probably have the most transparency and accountability, but IOUs can move faster with contracts and augmenting staff. That's something to think about as well. And then again, the point I just made about predictability for customers, that's really key to moving everyone along. The whole reason we're doing this is to care for the community, to provide them with the safe, clean, affordable water that they have a human right to. And so communication is absolutely part of that process, making sure that's a priority. And then moving to slide 11, that completes my presentation. Happy to talk about this more and answer questions. Back to you, Ted.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate your presentation and really showing us the example that happens when we have that close collaboration and coordination amongst various state agencies, whether it be DWR, State Board, or even LA County. You know, we appreciate the kudos, and it's always tough to highlight certain success stories, but maybe we should have put you up front first. And really what we're trying to do here is really improve the consolidation process. But I know we're looking at our schedule and timeline, and even today's workshop of overall schedule, we had scheduled a 10-minute break so far here, but I'd like to give us all at least a 5-minute break and have us all return around 10:30. And so we'll pause our workshop for now and give us all a health break. Thank you everyone for rejoining on such a short notice. I'll move on to the next slide, and it's really for the we'll call it the moderator session, where I'll be joined by my co-moderator Eileen Odell, technical advisor for Commissioner Hauk, who will also lead us through this morning round of questions to our panelists. And this is our first part of the question and answer section before we open it up to parties and really open up the floor. But first we want to have a more focused discussion, and I'll have it first kicked off to Eileen to start us off with the questions to Michelle.
Thanks so much, Terrence. Hope everyone can hear me. Give me a thumbs up. Yes, great. Thanks, Terrence. So Michelle, I really enjoyed your presentation this morning, and you talked about a few steps or functions in the SAFER program, the needs assessments, consolidations and regionalizations, and then the rural solutions. You also talked about prioritizing funding for systems with health risks. And here at the Commission, our acquisitions caseload has really been largely reactive. We're responding to applications that are brought before us. But it seems from your presentation that there are many inflection points or opportunities for collaboration, like kind of across this spectrum of solutions for inadequately owned and operated or maintained systems. So can you talk a little bit more about how you think the acquisition process between our two agencies can be improved to better coordinate timing kind of on each of those aspects and logistics between the Commission and the State Board?
Yeah, I would be happy to. Before I dive in, I did want to say to Russ's point, actually, first, thank you, Russ, for all that you've done. And then B, that some of the information about investor-owned utilities didn't used to be able to access grant funds. They can now. And there were also some tax issues that I believe have been resolved through legislation. So just some more up-to-date information on that. But I think, the acquisition process between our two agencies can really be improved by early communication in some instances. But I also think our staff and CPUC staff need to get together to streamline some of our processes. Things like, approvals and receipt of grant funds, at the transfer acquisition points. I've also heard a lot of investor-owned utilities having concerns about if they take on a water system that is failing, that there will be bad publicity for them. And so, thinking through the various inflection points where we're working together, working through each one of them, how to streamline it. We're looking internally, we have in our grant processes, we have historically had like technical, managerial, and financial capacity evaluations for our water systems. And as part of our grant process, we want to make sure that the water system who gets the money can implement it properly. But in some cases, like these acquisitions and consolidations, that example I gave, 175,000 connections versus, a mobile home park, we're not even talking about the same ballpark. And so how can we streamline those processes is one of the things that we're looking at, and you all do a much deeper dive on those large systems, for example, on what their financial status is. So collaboration with us on that piece of it. Maybe there's a way for us to just, check a box, if you will. You all feel like it's a water system that's in good standing. We can just use that. Other places, the consolidation agreements or acquisition agreements, sometimes it goes back and forth. Many times our Office of Chief Counsel, basically our attorneys, have to review ours before we provide funding to make sure that it's actually a legal document that we can support. And then it has to go to your agency, and then there maybe need to be changes on your end, and then that would have to go back to us. So there can be some bouncing back and forth where I think we could, if we got together and said, this is what a template might look like, or, these are some items where we think it could, as long as it says this and ours says that, we can all agree on those, without having to do sort of the back and forth that happens. And I think when that back and forth happens, we also tend to see prices increase then in construction. And when those prices increase, then we end up having to go back again, unfortunately, to revamp our funding because the prices have changed. So really streamlining together our logistics will make a big impact, both on cost savings, I think, for the state in general, and then also on frustration and hopefully increasing interest as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm hearing early coordination, certainly not kind of the reactive posture that we've taken, will be really helpful. And then potentially establishing a baseline set of shared information could be a solution that I'm hearing you talk about. That makes lots of sense. Thank you for that. And you did talk a little bit about how the commission can incorporate the grant funding process with acquisitions involving IOUs. I did have the note written down that, Russ provided, and so I'm happy to hear that update. But just if you have any other thoughts on how the commission can either assist or learn from and become involved in the grant funding process, that would be welcome.
Yeah, I think, the grant, like I said, the grant funding process is there. It's changed some since Russ was working on it. It's important that, I think a lot of the investor-owned utilities would like us to just build it and they will turn the key, and they would like to skip the grant funding process, frankly. And, in a perfect world, that would be possible, but we have sort of this tension on our end between sort of the fiscal responsibility of making sure that our money is well spent and utilized. And we actually just need a project proponent. And since often they're going to be the one that maintains the equipment, we are wanting their support on that. But I realize that means on their side, submitting applications and, working through that. And I'm not sure how that is integrated in their rate structure. I also think Russ's point of, when there's a vacuum of what costs are going to be, it's difficult. The ability to spread costs across multiple water systems is really one of the biggest benefits that I see in our consolidation acquisition process. As Russ said, there is no public entity that can do that because of Prop 218, or I shouldn't say no, but in general, public entities can't do that because of Prop 218 restrictions. And so it's probably one of the best reasons that consolidations can occur and be reasonably affordable for some of these communities that wouldn't otherwise be there. So I think incorporating that into sort of your philosophical approach would be helpful. And also just recognizing that, the example of the mobile home park within Cal Water service area, those are some of our really most important water systems. And however you all can streamline on your end those processes with us would be, super important. and something we should be working on.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciated your description of those examples as low-hanging fruit, because I think that's clearly what they are, and then making streamlined processes that can just let us tackle those one after the other would really get us a long way towards our goals. So I believe that we've covered all of these questions in your responses, but I just wanted to check in, see if you had any responses to any of the other panelists or anything you wanted to add to your responses before we turn the questions over to the next panelist.
Yeah, no, I think all the panelists that you chose are fantastic and have so much experience. I will say on the administrator program, like Russ said, it's expensive for us. We have some small water systems that don't set their rates correctly. And I think that's often a problem, is how we get into this position is their technical, managerial, and financial capacity is so poor that they can't apply for rate increases. They don't know how to, and so we end up in this sort of, spiral situation where they don't have the right rates, they can't get the infrastructure paid for, and then they don't want to pay to increase their rates because they're getting poor service. So I think that spiral of issues is something that maybe hasn't been touched on enough.
No, thank you. That is a really important reminder. It's a constraint that we always have in the back of our heads, but yeah, thank you. That was so helpful. Terrence, can I flip it over to you for the next set of questions?
Of course. Thanks, Eileen, for leading us off first, and appreciate Michelle further elaborating on how best we can really coordinate between our two agencies, but also incorporate the grant funding process. As we know, there were some hurdles previously in various iterations of acquisitions before us, and now we're trying to look at how best to incorporate that process, but also look at how that applies to particular acquisitions. So moving on to the next slide here, and the next question that we have for our next panelist with Justin. I know you have provided us a really high-level overview of the universe that we're facing in, with a lot of the very good data that we really needed to introduce into our rulemaking, but we wanted to keep it simple in terms of a question here for you, given your extensive knowledge and experience, and just really ask, how should the Commission define inadequately operated and maintained systems? So if you could please answer that, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I think, we oftentimes focus on TMF issues as like the main red flag, and they definitely are. Like, that's a super important thing to consider when you're looking at a system to determine if it's IOM, if they can they run the system and can they pay for it or access the funding to pay for it realistically, or do they have adequate sort of financial safeguards in place? Obviously, that's super important. And the other 3 points raised by the State Water Resource Control Board by Michelle were quality, accessibility, and affordability were 3 other things that they look at. Those are all also super important, and I think should factor into how you look at this, right? Like, are they providing safe water? Is it accessible to people? Is it affordable to people? And can they continue running this system? Do they have the expertise they need? But I would argue too that a few other things given that those are all super important and need to be a part of whatever calculus you end up using as the Commission, for sure. But I would also look at resilience. As climate change continues to affect our communities, it's important to look not just at TMF issues, but what the environment that the systems are going to be operating in is likely to look like moving forward. And a number, as part of the report, and I urge you to check out the report if you want to see more about the cases. But, we talk a little bit about a case study where a number of systems after a wildfire decided to consolidate rather than try to rebuild individually. Ideally, you can't tell where a wildfire is going to be, of course, although we know they're going to be all over. But trying to identify cases like that beforehand to improve resilience rather than as part of a rebuilding process, I think would be something to consider. And lastly, I would argue that governance is an important sort of consideration as well, that we should consider when we're looking at whether or not a system is really worth trying to save or worth trying to push into a consolidation project in some kind of way. the way that the system is run matters. And I think we talk a lot about water quality issues and the health of customers, which are super important things. But transparency is also very important, and accountability to customers is also very, very important in looking at things. And, the tragedy of Sativa, which it was super awesome hearing the inside story. So thank you so much for sharing that, Russ. But, is that the system was fiscally insolvent. There are a lot of irregularities going on in the system too, and we don't catch them until afterwards. And I think looking at that kind of angle of how systems are run is really important. And I've done research on other systems in the same part of LA County that have similar kind of irregularities going at them, right? But I don't really see that oftentimes foremost in policymakers' minds when they're considering what systems are kind of worth saving and which ones we should really push towards consolidation. So I don't know what the benchmarks are for that. There certainly haven't been policy guidelines, but I think it's an important thing to consider as well. All that said, granted, I think TMF and water quality and affordability are probably the three most important sort of things to look at.
Would it be okay if I jumped in?
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on this as well. So again, your presentation was super cool. UCLA I've seen a number of really groundbreaking studies coming out of your shop. This is pretty cool. I think the question that was asked, how do we identify these entities, these water systems that need help? That's the $1 million question. We're spending a lot of time today trying to hone to make the back end process efficient and make sense. But we got to make sure we're finding these guys up front. I can share with you my experience at Sativa. As I mentioned in the presentation, we had no idea the state of their affairs. As a public water system, or as a special district, they were required to do audits every year. So a CPA had to come in and perform an audit, render opinions or issue opinions on things. And if you looked at that, everything was fine, but it wasn't, not even close. It's not appropriate to say that the books were cooked, but we, as someone that operates a water system and works closely with DDW, respects DDW, there's lots of things that they can do to alter, not to alter results, but to put their best foot forward. You run certain wells on certain days, so you get better water quality results. Maybe you don't report certain expenditures, or there are other issues. It's the $1 million question of how to find those. UCLA has done some work around the cost of water, the affordability of water, using that as an indicator. Justin's group is doing a lot of cool work, but these are all just indicators. There's no magic formula to figure out who these are. And as we were talking about before the workshop began, what I've seen, both from working with the Water Replenishment District and their TMF program in Southeast LA, my experience at Sativa, is the ones that really need the help the most, as Jesse was talking about, are going to be the last ones that come forward and ask it. It's kind of like they don't want to open up the closet and expose all the skeletons. And I just don't know how to solve that. As the county is looking to be part of this solution, we're really stuck with how to bring aid to those that need it most. Thanks.
Thanks, Russ, for chiming in, and thank you, Justin, for trying to elaborate on what I thought was a simple question. But again, it's almost a loaded question where we're asking to narrowly define what's a difficult question to respond to. And I appreciate you, Justin, touching on different aspects, whether it be TMF capacity, affordability, or water quality. And we can see the overlap with the board's needs assessment and the different indicators. And this may be a teaser for how we look at how to define these systems, especially with the board process and the prioritization of failing systems versus at risk and potentially at risk. But I want to keep moving along here, so I'll hand it back to Eileen for the next question.
Great. Yes. So the next question that we have is for Jesse from the Self-Help Enterprises. And the question that we have for you relates to the Commission's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. And just for those who might not be familiar, the Commission's ESJ Action Plan is a resource for CPUC staff and practitioners to use to begin to understand how to incorporate environmental and social justice priorities in all of our proceedings and processes. And we define ESJ communities as predominantly communities of color or low-income communities that are underrepresented in the policy setting or decision-making process, subject to disproportionate impact from one or more environmental hazards, and are likely to experience disparate implementation of environmental regulations and socioeconomic investments in their communities. And there are subsets of categorization under that, of course, but I just wanted to set that stage for our question here. And so you actually listed a lot of really concrete ways that we can approach acquisitions and consolidations in disadvantaged communities to really build trust and build engagement. You gave great examples like workshops, becoming involved in their groundwater management, and just basically being a resource for folks in those communities. So I wanted to kind of narrow this question a little bit more, because here at the PUC, we are certainly bound by very formal rulemaking processes. And so I wanted to ask you specifically what you think about what we can do to get folks who really, you know, as our definition says, don't often have access to participate in our policy building processes. You know, do we change our own processes? Do we create new processes? Or is there just some supplemental record building that we have to do in order to get disadvantaged community inputs in our rulemakings and process and proceedings?
Thanks, Eileen. That's a great question, and it is a perpetual challenge for sure. I recognize that the Commission has moved a lot or all of its rulemaking online, and I think that's a huge step in the right direction. But I have to say that I think that the PUC is kind of a little outside the realm of the day-to-day for a lot of water systems that are serving their communities. So I think there's a big gap that needs to be bridged in terms of just relevance, you know. So I've definitely recognized that you operate under a very strict set of rules, but finding ways to be on the ground in communities to the extent possible, I think is really, really, really important. And maybe it's, you know, not necessarily commissioners or representatives of the commission, but it's also representatives of the IOUs themselves, and maybe talking about how IOUs are part of a, you know, part of the larger system, part of the commission's work, and just helping to make those connections for folks that don't have that daily exposure to it. And I do think that the operators and the folks who run the IOUs, especially the water systems, of course, are probably the most relevant touch point for small water systems. Those are the folks who can offer that advice, who can support with, hey, I need a few replacement water meters. Do you have a few kicking around? You know, those kinds of tangible ways to connect. And then coupling that with talking about the larger world of regulated utilities and how that can bring benefits to communities, I think is really important. One thing I didn't get a chance to mention before is the advantages that larger systems can bring in terms of flexibility of sources and supply. Resiliency is a huge, huge challenge for small water systems. They've been getting by on 1 or 2 wells for, you know, their entire existence, and something that they may not recognize that's the advantage of being part of a larger system is the flexibility that comes with being, you know, connected to others. So talking about that as well, benefits like fire protection, these are all things that being part of a regulated utility can bring, that may feel really out of reach.
Yeah, I really like that answer, because it ties into something that Russ mentioned earlier about how, you know, not only is there an information kind of gap that you're talking about here, but there can be a trust issue in a lot of these places. And so I really like the idea of putting IOU folks on the ground to really explain the benefits, like you mentioned, that are present from an IOU acquisition. So thank you for that. Terrence, how we doing on time?
Doing great. Thanks for writing the ship, Eileen, and appreciate Jesse kind of really giving us that practical experience in touching on what may be better external and internal communication strategies for these communities that should really have the ability to speak to representatives, whether it be from state agencies, IOUs, or various entities. And I want to keep the ball rolling here with our next panelists. We have Russ, and I know we've answered some of these questions in your presentation, but want to go back to the focus point and touch on the questions itself. And so if we smooth through our technical issues and just get to these questions here, perfect. So these are the questions that I was going to pose to you, Russ, and I'll start off by listing all the questions, and then you can feel free to respond in turn. So first we have, how should the acquisition process be expedited for inadequately operated and maintained systems? And what additional or alternative incentives could be used to support these types of acquisitions? And the last question, as it relates to the acquisitions of properly or well-maintained systems, are the incentives for these types of acquisitions provided under the Public Water System Investment and Consolidation Act, which is our current statute? Is it still reasonable or necessary in line to achieve our policy goals here at the Commission? So I appreciate any of your responses here, Russ.
Sure, thank you. You hear me okay? Okay, so first disclosure, the sale of Sativa, the PUC application, CPUC application, was processed by the IOU. LAFCO consolidated Sativa with the County of Los Angeles. Through the RFP process, we identified the successor agency, and then the successor agency, Suburban Water Systems, actually put the application in with the CPUC. So the county's experience is secondhand, but I want to share some of my thoughts. And then I have some thoughts from our IOU, from Suburban Water Systems, that I'll share as well. So maybe we'll go in order here. How should the acquisition process be expedited for inadequately operated and maintained systems? Well, the first thing is that I think that it should be. I think one of the earlier panelists, perhaps it was you, mentioned that the CPUC can sometimes be reactive. There's all sorts of consolidations, as with all of us in government. There is 100 things to do, and we have resources to do 10 of them. I think this is something that we should prioritize to make sure that we're out in front of these, and that the folks that are trying to do the right thing, be the good actors, take on the additional load, can shorten that timeline. So yeah, first thing is absolutely, I think they should be. And let's see here, some thoughts from our IOU. There was some talk about the application process, and specifically there are things, let's see here. So there's a number of like pre-application requirements that are required by the CPUC process. And it's not clear. I think it's called the Office of Ratepayer Advocacy, although I think it's evolved. It has a new name now. But the feedback we got from Suburban Water Systems, our IOU, is that there are a number of things that might be objected to in that process. And so the timeline can be extended in the application process by trying to build a very strong case for each one of those. There could be some sort of pre-meet as part of the process to get down to hear what those concerns are, how to protect the existing ratepayers of the IOU. I think that might help as well. That'll streamline the process. The question 2, the additional or alternative incentives to support acquisition. I covered some of these in the presentation. It's really about funding. It's what is your process called? The value process, the value-based price for the acquisition. The feedback we got is that it works, that it's a solid means, a viable means of valuing the system. The issue is that stabilizing the system can be quite costly. I mentioned the county invested $13 million of general funds outside of the like the cash flow grants, right, of fronting that money and then getting reimbursed. So it's largely based on the number of connections. If something had happened in there where something drastic, something really broke at the system and we weren't able to get funding from the state for it, there's a very real possibility that the county could have been left holding the check at the end of this process. And of course, we as the safety net are, that's to some extent the business that we're in. but it's not a viable, sustainable business model, right? We can't continuously bail these systems out. And so something to ensure that the receiver, that the administrator is made whole, I think would be key. I don't know how you do that though in your process. And then the last question here, I have relatively little experience in. I want to kind of skip that question because I'm really not familiar with that. Public Water Systems Investment and Consolidation Act. So I'll punt that to my fellow panelists and see if anyone else would like to respond to that.
No problem, Russ. I think that last question was a bit technical, and we had that there not only for the panelists, but also party representatives. So not to put you on the spot, as you really thoroughly answered their questions during your presentation and also spoke on behalf of, I think, your IU partner through the whole Sativa process. And I know you highlighted an example where it was working with the current public advocate's office, and they will also have an opportunity to respond and have a presentation in the afternoon. But we've completed our first round of moderator-led questions, and I wanted to open the floor up to any questions from our commissioners here that are present before we transition to our next session. So Commissioners Shiroma or Commissioner Houck, if you have any questions, please feel free.
I'll go first. Thank you to each of our panelists. Very, very excellent presentations and discussion. Your experience and knowledge really comes through. And so for Michelle from the State Water Resources Control Board, who truly is, I'm looking to be in good partnership with our sister agency. I'm wondering if, towards your comment that in the staff coordination, smoothing out processes, timing, costs, cost containment, and so forth. I think we have an existing memorandum of understanding with the State Water Resources Control Board. And do you think we should take another look at that and see if it needs to be updated towards smoothing out that really good working relationship?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's definitely one way to go about it. I know that our attorneys and your attorneys are also working together at this point to try and sort of look at sort of our templates and our sort of guidance and your guidance to try and align things. And I think as we get through that process, maybe looking at the, and we find places where we may have needs, I do think that if we need to make changes to that memorandum of understanding, that would be a great place to add that in. I'd also say that I hope that our needs assessment can incorporate enough of the other issues that you all have so that we can use the same set of definitions around these various issues. Your inadequately operated and maintained systems can somehow really dovetail or be the same as our at risk by adding indicators that are important to you all, so that we are working on the same set of systems, because I think that's important.
Okay. I do have one more question. This is for Jesse. Thank you for your work and in the San Joaquin Valley. I think it really came through the importance of on the ground efforts of communities hearing from trusted representatives, and the commission has an initiative going on amplifying, increasing work with community-based organizations, especially to get the word out about programs that are available through the IOUs or through the CPUC. And am I correct in understanding that what you're saying is that here in looking at water systems that could be candidates for acquisition or consolidation, and for those customers that are involved, that there could be an opportunity for working with a trusted community-based organization to help explain what's going on or what the opportunities are?
Thank you for the question and your work, Commissioner Sharma. Yes, I do believe there are good opportunities to engage with community-based organizations. There are some like ourselves that are pretty focused on specific regions of the state. There are others that work statewide. And the State Water Board has a relationship, even a formal funding relationship with a number of those. So I think taking advantage of the state board's existing funding and relationships is one great way to go. I know that there are also, well, for example, I know my organization is doing some energy work with the California Energy Commission and the PUC. So there's also, kind of a model for sharing information and doing community outreach on the energy side as well. So yeah, I think those opportunities are plentiful. And I think that organizations welcome those partnerships because we certainly recognize that one of the greatest opportunities we have is to help connect those dots for communities that really are isolated, have felt forgotten about, and are just doing their own thing on a daily basis, where we can help them plug into these incredibly important statewide processes. We leap at the chance to do that.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Commissioner Hauk?
Yes, I just, and I don't know if this is maybe for the water board, just looking at the synergies that exist between, the work we're doing at the commission, these inadequately operated and maintained systems and the programs that the water board has. As we potentially are looking at more of these systems being considered to be acquired by private companies, just collaborating and coordinating on how some of the grant funding can be applied to make sure that, that funding is going back into the systems and it can help keep our rates more reasonable, not going into profits, but just making sure. I know with dealing with a private company, it's different than a municipal. And I know that, there's questions and has been some issues raised about whether private companies should be getting some of this funding, and just looking at how that process works, because it can help keep rates low to the extent that the funding is being awarded to the companies to utilize that. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about how, or ask how the water board is coordinating with our staff in regards to looking at how those programs could benefit these communities and these systems, while tracking how that's being utilized for the purposes intended.
Yeah, we coordinate at least quarterly with your staff. We meet with them quarterly to talk about different water systems that are struggling. And also sort of what the opportunities might be around those, where sort of the processes are. I mean, these are mostly, our focus is sort of the Class D systems, maybe Class Cs, because those are where most of the funding opportunities are. And so, wherever we have, because your Class C and D systems are our public water systems as well. Since they're under our jurisdiction, we are definitely involved in getting them technical assistance, hooking them up with a provider such as self-help if they are, if they fall under our categories for that option. We also then would look at grant funding. We are trying to make sure that and our understanding is that all of the grant funding goes directly into the infrastructure and cannot be put in the rate base. So, that's an important point to us. I'm sure it's important to you all as well. And that's my understanding, is that we are able to do that at this point through collaboration together. But I hope I answered the question. If not, I'd be happy to talk more.
No, you did, and just making sure that those programs are options, and that's really helpful. And then just looking at Sativa as an example going forward, it'll be good to follow that project and see what, pros and cons we've got out of that project, but really looking forward. That was, a monumental effort, and there's so many more systems that are in need. And so I guess the last question I have is just looking at weighing where the pros and cons are as to an acquisition versus I know that some of our IOUs are managing some of these systems as opposed to acquiring them, and just sort of the considerations that the State Water Board and others are looking at when making those decisions on which way to go to provide assistance.
Yeah, I think that we are somewhat agnostic about, who ends up providing service, provided that they are a, well-run organization when we talk about consolidations or acquisitions. What we're looking for usually is sort of geographic, as a first cut, sort of geographic distance. Are they close? Are they the closest water system? Does it make the most sense? Are they the similar communities to what's existing? After that, sort of the reality of how far away they are. There are issues, and I think Jesse has seen them. There are issues about representation and pieces like that are important as well to people. There's also boundaries that we deal with a lot, LAFCO boundaries, or service area boundaries, or water rights boundaries. Those become a big hindrance in some cases to being able to do acquisition. So that's kind of the next barriers. First is how far away they are, and then what sort of barriers are we going to see? And then also, obviously, community preference is some portion of that, particularly if we're doing a mandatory consolidation. We want to go out to the community and make sure that we're actively engaging them around those, some of those different issues that we're talking about. But a lot of it is funding options, what's available, what makes sense, who has capacity, those kind of issues that are what we're looking at when we're working through these. But we do want to try and, wherever possible, make sure that they are annexed in so that they have the proper methods to get public input, or that they're not just sort of left hanging in the long term.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you both, Commissioners Houck and Sharoma, for providing us with more thoughtful questions to add to our panelists' discussion. And I'd really like to transition us to our next portion of the workshop, where we now give an opportunity for parties through their representatives to ask questions. And in the interest of time, I know we had a set agenda item that split up our questions that we pose to parties, and also kind of an open dialogue session for any questions that would like to be posed to panelists. I'd like to combine that in the interest of time and give us all the opportunity all the way up through about 11:50 at this time to ask those questions. And I'll have Eileen kind of moderate this session and walk us through the ground rules here so that we are all honest with the time allotted here.
Sure, thanks, Terrence. So for this section of the workshop, we have provided parties, those folks who are the most common participants in our acquisition proceedings here, water IOUs, public advocates office, and other customer representation groups, smaller water companies. We provided them some of our issue comments in advance. And so now I'd like to give these parties the opportunity to respond to any of those questions that they've really prioritized prioritized in their experience here with the commission. And so just some ground rules for this initial session. Please use the raise hand feature on WebEx to request to speak. We're going to invite parties to volunteer. We don't want to go through a set list of this, so it will be moderated on a hand raised basis. And we will unmute you when it is your time to speak. Party representatives will each have 1 minute to speak, and we are using a timer to try and keep folks honest, but I may butt in just to make sure that we are able to hear from all of our party perspectives this morning. And then also it's just important to remember that even if we don't have time to address all of the questions or all of the parties will absolutely have the opportunity after the workshop to provide additional written comments on the Water Division's workshop report. So that'll be another opportunity to provide any feedback here. So I think that the next slide should have the questions listed. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Oh, perhaps no. So the questions that we're talking about are just the ones that you've seen flash before you on the screen that were asked of panelists. So I'm going to go ahead and open the floor now to any party participants that would like to speak in response to any of the questions that we've posed to panelists. And I'll ask my IT folks to help me if they see any hands raised. I see Lori Dolquist.
Yes, this is Lori Dolquist for California Water Association. I believe I've just been unmuted.
Hi, Lori. Thank you so much.
Sure. So I'll address the question that's up on the slide right now, in particular the last one, which I think the speaker stated that he didn't really have familiarization, but wasn't familiar with that act or that process. And I would note that several of the speakers, starting with Commissioner Shiroma, certainly the State Water Resources Control Board, noted that our goal here is to have fewer inadequately operated and maintained systems. And the way to do that is to provide incentives and acquisitions for systems before they reach that point. So if you have a system that is well maintained, but forecasts that because of water quality issues, shrinking customer bases, increased costs, they expect that they won't be able to maintain that high level of service 5 or 10 years into the future, having the commission remove barriers and provide incentives now actually addresses the problem so that you don't have customers who end up receiving service from an inadequately operated and maintained system. So I think when the commission is looking at that, you need to look at two things: preventing that from happening, which is what the Public Water System and Investment and Consolidation Act is that's the goal of it. And then second is if you do have systems that reach that point, whether they're municipal systems or IOU systems, then provide incentives to for acquisition or other solutions for that there. The other just comment I wanted to make, and I'll keep an eye on my time, is there were some concerns about the transparency of the commission process. I will say while the public budgeting process is theoretically transparent, it's incredibly complex and difficult. And there's no public advocate's office out there. And so IOUs have to fight very hard for every dollar that they want to spend. The public advocate's office has experienced engineers and experts analyzing costs in the way that you don't see on the municipal side. So I do think that is a benefit from commission regulation that you do not see on the municipal side. That's probably my minute, so I will stop now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Lori. Some of that was new to me. Oh, I love these workshops, so thank you so much. So it looks like the next party that we have volunteering to speak is John Van Geffen from Public Advocate's Office.
John Van Geffen, Public Advocate's Office. Two questions that come to mind is whether panelists can address their position on the distinction between spreading costs among large customer bases and then like true economies of scale where the cost of a combined operation is lower than if the cost is individually operated. I mean, two different ways of looking at it. And then I have a second question, but I guess that should be addressed first.
Sure. Would any of the panelists like to tackle this idea of different understandings of economies of scale?
I'm happy to take it if nobody else wants to. I didn't know if Russ might. Um, yeah, I do agree. I mean, there is economies of scale through sharing sort of administrative costs is what we see, and that we see economies of scale on the public sector as well. Like where we have a county that has special districts, a lot of their costs around insurance and can be lower because they have a broader group, or costs around their administrative, their general manager can be across multiple water systems and they can break those costs out individually. So there's an expertise there that they wouldn't be able to afford by themselves. So I think there is that set of costs that are separate, and apply both sort of in a managerial and then also physical consolidation. But then there are the economies of scale of just being able to share those costs across a very large water system. Being able to bulk purchase chlorine in the middle of a strike, where costs are going to go up potentially, and they're being able to access water rights and have the ability to share those costs across a large number of people. So I think that I hope I answered the questions, but I think those are some examples of the two different types.
So I'll jump in too. Thanks, Michelle. I think you're right on point on that. And I'll offer a real world example of this. So as I mentioned, I'm the county's manager for the Los Angeles County Waterworks districts plural, not singular. We operate 5 special districts, 5 separate special districts, and 1 or 2 individual water systems. So that concept of spreading costs is absolutely valid. So juxtapose that with Sativa. Sativa had 1,300 connections. We have two or three systems with very few connections, about the same number, 1,600 connections. So Sativa had a GM, they had like a CFO, actually had like quite a bit of overhead. And so that's spread out across 1,300 accounts, right? Whereas in the County Waterworks districts, we have a district with close to 60,000 connections, another one with 15 or 20,000 connections, and then these little tiny ones. Each one pays their proportional share. And we found that to work out really, really well. Those little systems couldn't exist. Quite frankly, small systems in out of the way areas that have, however they found their way to the County Waterworks districts, they could not survive without a system like that. And so I think it's very beneficial. Comparing that with the concept, really the reality of spreading costs. I don't know how to comment on that, but it's a very real concern. Obviously, it's what we're talking about today. I'll offer the reverse argument on that, though. There are systems that, from an engineering perspective, we believe some of our systems that absolutely should be consolidated with their neighbors because it's a donut hole, essentially. And yet that community didn't want to be part of the larger water system because they felt that they would be asked to pay for repairs, for improvements that were outside the infrastructure that served them. So I think that's kind of the point that you're making. I think that there are arguments to be made on both sides of that, and from an engineering perspective, I'll play the engineer and say I still think that it's valid. It's the right choice. My thoughts.
Yeah, and Russ, on that as well, I think there's also sort of that reverse argument. There's the water rate argument, but there's also the investment that, if the state has to pay $1 million to send in an administrator, that's a taxation issue that then comes back across Californians. And so it's not just the water rate. You can't just look at just that. There are broader implications to some of the issues that we face here.
And that's right on the money. There's no free lunch, is there? Someone's always paying. It's either all of us together or a small subset of us, but someone, the taxpayer, the ratepayer, someone's always footing the bill. Good point.
Thank you both for that. John, I know that you had a second question.
Thank you so much. Great dovetail, because we're talking about someone ultimately puts the bill. So another question I'd like to put to the panelists is, how can grants incentivize utilities to acquire, DAC systems, since IOUs want to prioritize acquisitions at increased rate bases, appease stockholders, and unfortunately, as a result, perpetuate the systemic neglect of communities served by troubled systems, which is part of the impetus for passing the human right to water.
Maybe let me start, and I think I can tee it up for the other panelists, especially Michelle. I think she's going to have a lot to say about this. So I can tell you, as someone that operates water systems and has been involved with the consolidation process, that there's no way we could do this without grants. Like I mentioned before, the purchase price, the fair market value approach that the PUC uses, if it comes out upside down, if we spend more than we get through the proceeds of the sale, then I don't know how long that we can continue doing this, how long that's sustainable. Grants they're an absolute incentive to moving forward. And now to tee up Michelle a little bit on this, I mentioned that LA County is looking to play a larger role in this, to be a partner with the state board, with DWR, with PUC, on some local consolidation, local administrator, local TMF process. I can tell you that we're in conversations right now. In fact, I forget, Michelle, but I think you might be part of these small groups that are meeting. Right now, we're trying to figure out the patchwork of grants that are out there and how that can provide for a sustained effort, an all-encompassing effort. One of my concerns, and we're working through this right now, is that there are a lot of grants out there, especially right now, but there are patchwork and there are holes in that. And the only way that a program like that, at least from our perspective, we think the only way it can move forward is if there's a commitment of local dollars outside of grants that moves forward. And that's going to be a barrier. That means that agency that's trying to do the right things will have to invest its own funds, its own general funds, take them away from hospitals, from parks, and put them on individual water systems. So Michelle, what do you think about that?
And I see Jesse came on too, so I want to make sure we give Jesse a chance to speak. But I guess my initial reaction to that comment was, yes, absolutely. We want to make folks whole. We want our large water systems to walk away from these in as good or better shape than they were. But to the point of the types of water systems that I'm talking about, honestly, people are doing me a favor when a large water system agrees to take on the small mobile home park that's within its boundaries. Those are the kind of water systems that we're dealing with that we want to see acquired. So I don't see that as this big incentive that someone's trying to get a profit off. Honestly, I see that as more of a goodwill outreach, and I think it should be treated as such, and we should be celebrating those, and we should be publicizing those as successes. I know that there are larger acquisitions, and Russ's example, Sativa, in my parlance, that's a huge system, because I'm dealing with a lot of really, really small systems. So I think when you start getting into the acquisitions of larger water systems, there is more of a, more has to be thought into how do we make sure that everything is acquired correctly and that the water rates work out. But for a lot of the systems I'm talking about, this really isn't a huge benefit to those large acquiring water systems. And Jesse, I'm going to stop there so I can.
Looks like Russ has some follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russ can go ahead. I was just coming on to be available.
Okay.
Oh, Russ, I think you're on mute. Let me.
Goodness gracious, thanks for that. Yeah, I think again Michelle's on point. I'll offer the perspective of the acquiring water agency. Grants are awesome. They make it possible to connect to that small mobile home park that small establishment wherever it is. We have numerous of these instances up in the Antelope Valley, the population center, but then many remote, small little, almost homesteads. And so the grants are absolutely essential for us connecting to them and perhaps updating their infrastructure. But then the operations cost, the ongoing operations cost isn't there. It's sort of death by paper cuts, right? So they're 2 miles away from our system. We run a pipeline out to them. We get them hooked up to our system so they can get off their well that has arsenic or chrome 6 or something like that. All is well and good, but over time it does drain our resources. The paying for that pipe, the ongoing maintenance for that, the operation of their system, it does have a consequence on our other accounts. That's my thought.
Thank you for those responses. John, did you have anything else, or are we ready to turn to our next commenter?
That is it for questions, but I do want to thank Michelle for a comment she made. I do love the idea of changing the mindset from inheriting a troubled system to being a rescuer of the local people. I love that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, John. All right, now we have Don White. Don, I think you're unmuted. Go ahead. Oh, and I just see you've been remuted. I'm going to try. Now you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now? Thanks. So I'm Dawn White with Golden State Water Company, and I'm enjoying this discussion on grants. I'm working with some grant funding projects right now, and I was hesitating to speak up because I'm going to bring up some of this in my comments this afternoon. But I think overwhelmingly the CPUC regulated utilities want to apply for grants. We recognize completely that there is a benefit to our customers and to the new systems we're acquiring, if we can fund these projects with grants. And so I just want to make it really clear that, we really want to be a part of this process and be able to use the grant funding for the benefit of our customers. We don't earn on that. It solely benefits our customers, but it does maintain the ability to keep rates lower. And so, it benefits everybody. They are very difficult and a lot of work though. And so I think it's just a very complicated discussion about where grant funding is appropriate and where, it's best used. But I just wanted to, and I'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon, but I just wanted to make the point that we're very, very interested and committed to moving forward these projects in the way that best meets the needs of our customers, current and future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that IOU perspective. And we're certainly looking forward to hearing more this afternoon. Appreciate that. So I don't currently see any additional hands raised for questions or comments. Terrence, I'm wondering if you want to give folks maybe a 5-minute break or how you want to proceed here.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to stifle any questions or this active conversation, but I know we've built in a lot of time for presentation and had a lot of speakers here. We may be able to get an early start on lunch, and that may be appropriate here, given I don't see any other questions on for attendees. But at the same time, I would like to give an opportunity for any public comment, because I know there's party representatives on the line, but there may also be any members of the public. So just give a opportunity here about 5 to 10 minutes before we wrap up and really go to lunch and thank all our panelists and presenters here. So I want to leave that option open, and we'll give it a minute or so just to see if there's any public comments. All right, I think I've embraced the silence enough with that minute or longer, and I'd like to really take the time now to thank everyone from our morning session, all of our panelists, with Michelle, with Justin, with Jesse, and with Russ, for really giving us a lot of insight and great detail and how we can really improve our overall framework, what's existing, and how we can move forward with our collaboration and really coordination across various agencies, various representatives, and really look at how we move into developing a refined framework. But with that, I'd like to excuse everyone and thank everyone for lunch, and put the party representatives on notice to please come back around 12:45 to do a AV check. So thank you all for now, and we'll reconvene at 1 for everyone in general and 12:45 for those checking their AV. All right, I don't want to hold the suspense any longer for our afternoon session, so I'd like to get started and really welcome everyone back from our morning session participants, but also welcome those who are tuning in just now for our afternoon session, where we'll have another illustrative block of presentations. And these are actually panelists that represent a large base of our party representatives that are actively involved in this rulemaking. And we'll start off with Rami Kilon, Director of Regulatory Affairs at California Water Service. He's scheduled to make a presentation on behalf of the large water investor-owned utilities. So I'll hand it off to Rami for his presentation first.
All right, thank you so much, Terrence. This is Rami Kalon with California Water Service. Good afternoon, everyone. So nice to say hello to the commissioners, their advisors, as well as the Water Division staff. If we could turn to my first slide. Wonderful, thank you so much. Today I will be presenting on behalf of the Class A water systems. Thank you. Next slide, please. I want to start off by listing our objectives for both the rulemaking as well as the workshop. IOUs want to be part of the solution. We want to address the factors that have caused delays and offer approaches to further advance the rulemaking's objectives. We want to recognize the Commission's outstanding consolidation record and rules in place that have made so many consolidations possible. And lastly, we want to call attention to the different categories of inadequately operated and maintained water systems, those that have failed, at risk of failure, and those that are potentially at risk of failure. Next slide, please. I'll be covering with you 5 topic areas today, which will cover the 11 bulleted issue areas that was contained in the ALJ ruling for the workshop. And our focus today will be on inadequately operated and maintained systems. Next slide, please. So incentives are a valuable tool in facilitating acquisitions, but they have to align with the needs of the acquiring entity, and they should take a customer-first approach. Incentives can take many forms, as I show listed on this slide. Incentives that make acquisitions and consolidations easier and less costly and more timely are always welcome and go far in promoting consolidations. But sometimes other factors come into play, such as the proximity of a water system, the condition of the water system, and whether that system can easily be consolidated or not. And lastly, I want to emphasize that we cannot lose sight of the customers we are trying to help. Nobody should be ingesting water that does not meet health and safety standards. All of us need to have a customer-first approach, and a supportive regulatory environment will help us get there. Next slide, please. So this morning we heard a lot about grants, and so I have a lot on this slide, and I hope to cover all of it quickly. So the CPUC long ago established rules governing the administration of grants, which have worked well to protect the ratepayer. With incredible foresight, the CPUC covered virtually all possible scenarios of the use of these funds, with a priority of making sure that the ratepayer does not pay for grant-funded plant. Grants, it should be pointed out, are dispersed through a competitive process by the State Water Resources Control Board. But grants have been slow to be awarded, as the state auditor found, and found, they stated that there was a lack of urgency at the State Water Board in dispersing those grants. I can't emphasize enough that IOUs support and seek grant funding as a means to reduce capital outlays and reduce rates for customers. There are currently no tax implications for receiving grant funds, and we want to receive our fair share of grant funds because our customers are also Californians as well as taxpayers. And lastly, for the process to work well, grant funding needs to be well coordinated with the CPUC process for acquisitions consolidations, such that delays can be minimized. And I want to point out on that timeliness issue, the State Water Board, the state auditor, I should say, found that over a 5-year period, the timeline to receiving grant funding has doubled to nearly 33 months. I think all of us can do better. Next slide, please. While it's important to identify and help inadequately operated and maintained water systems, even a well-maintained water system can fall into a risk category or even fail with just one event. For example, a well failure, a contamination event, an earthquake, or a wildfire. A large water system can meet these challenges which might cause a smaller system to fail. It's important that the rules and incentives recognize this fact and provide equal treatment for water systems that are well maintained, but which could easily fail. It would be naive to do otherwise. Next slide, please. I present this slide on the various initiatives the CPUC and the legislature have taken to encourage the acquisition and consolidation of smaller water systems, but also provide tools to keep small water systems viable. These initiatives include policies, incentives, and timelines. Simply stated, these initiatives address many, if not all, of the issues raised in this rulemaking. So on a lighter note, Dr. Phil might say, so how's that working out for you? Next slide, please. The answer is great. The Commission has an extraordinary consolidation track record. In the past 40 years, the Commission has reduced by 75% the number of small water systems under its jurisdiction, from 323 water systems down to just around 80 Class C and D water systems. These are the small systems. And this achievement was made possible by those aforementioned policies, rules, and statutes. And the Commission did so by using a customer-first standard of ratepayer indifference or tangible benefits. This rulemaking must focus on continuing the success of the Commission and must not erect barriers to consolidations. I think we all want the process to go faster, though. The workshop ruling also asked parties to address alternates. We are all well aware of the SAFER program and its efforts to classify and consolidate at-risk water systems. In fact, I serve on the SAFER Advisory Board. But this is a new program and it's still trying to find its footing before it can take off. Lastly, we believe that policymakers at the regulatory agencies should proffer alternates to acquisitions. You know, the acquiring entity should not be doing this. We heard earlier from the State Water Board, Michelle Frederick, that the State Water Board doesn't want to fix a water system if it can be easily consolidated with a larger nearby system. Next slide, please. So back in 1997, the Investment and Consolidation Act was codified into PU Code Sections 2718 through 2720, and it sought to achieve economies of scale in public water systems. The legislative intent is clearly spelled out in Section 2719, which recognized the increasing need for capital for water system infrastructure, that economies of scale help meet infrastructure needs, and that providing water utilities an incentive to achieve scale economies benefits ratepayers. Acquisitions and consolidations under the Act are still subject to Commission oversight, which approves the final price paid. And I also want to point out that the Act only applies to water corporations, not to individuals who might want to wish to purchase a water system on their own. And from slide 7, we've seen that the 1999 framework and the 2022 Water Act place time limits for acquisitions. With the addition of nearly a dozen full-time and part-time CPUC staff positions solely for the purpose of consolidations and acquisitions in the past 2 or 3 years, these timelines should be easily met going forward. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to first point out on the human right to water. Before the 2012 law was passed, back in 1993, PU Code Section 739.8 was added, which is essentially the human right to water. So I wanted to point that out, and I think it should be recognized in this rulemaking. Action item 3.2.4 of the ESJ plan states when reviewing consolidation applications, the staff should utilize Cal EnviroScreen water-related indicators, other tools, and local engagement opportunities to understand if consolidation would benefit an ESJ community. This is an action item for staff and fits well with our earlier recommendation that staff evaluate alternates to acquisitions. To promote consolidations in disadvantaged communities and non-disadvantaged communities, similar incentives are equally beneficial. And lastly, for the tribal lands issue identified, we identify the challenge of sovereign lands as well as opportunities to reach out earlier in the process. Next slide, please. The CPUC and the State Water Board have had a comprehensive MOU between the agencies spelling out coordination and information sharing for acquisitions and consolidations. As this most recent MOU was updated in December 2020, when the Water Division Director position was vacant, staff may not have been aware of its existence when they drafted the white paper. There was no mention of the MOU in the white paper. The rulemaking needs to recognize the MOU and find that its requirements sufficiently inform the staff from both agencies. There's no need to further address coordination between the agencies in this rulemaking. I think a review of the MOU will show that to be the case. And, regarding notifications from the IOU's perspective, we are happy to serve any acquisition consolidation request to the appropriate persons at the State Water Board, at the CPUC. Just let us know who those persons are. Thank you. And then lastly, next slide, please. And then lastly, let me summarize. IOUs are ready and willing to help statewide efforts to assist small water systems that are now or will soon become unviable, but we can only do so if the Commission retains existing incentives, no new barriers to consolidations are erected, and that the State Water Board offers adequate incentives and grants to encourage consolidations. IOUs want to be part of the solution for inadequately operated and maintained systems, but we can't be the sole solution to solving the state's issues with small water systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rami, for sharing your perspective on behalf of the large water investor-owned utilities. We'll move on to hearing some insights from small water IOUs provided by Larry Morales, CEO of Owens Valley Water Resources. Larry, please take it away.
Thank you, Terrence, and thank you, commissioners, and good afternoon. I'm presenting today to provide a perspective from the small company point of view. The slide you're currently viewing features the derrick from the rig East Pasadena Water Company used to drill a 950 feet below ground surface water well back in 2011. As president of East Pass and project manager, I was more than a little happy when we developed and completed the well, which initially came in at over 2,000 GPM on time and under budget. As a Class B investor-owned water utility with only 2 reliable wells to serve 3 pressure zones, bringing in a new well was kind of a big deal. Water systems, even smaller ones, need resiliency and redundancy. That is, even if you have an adequate source capacity, you need redundancy because stuff happens and something always breaks. As this was a $1.5 million project, half our annual revenues, it was a big deal. We looked into applying for a state revolving fund loan, but our system was not in a DAC. So if we eventually qualified, we would likely have experienced delays for months, maybe years, before notification of approval and actual funding. We needed a new well sooner than later. An analogy of our situation would have gone something like this. You're driving along Interstate 15 with the ones you love on your way to Vegas on an unusually hot August morning. During your otherwise uneventful drive, you take comfort in the fact that you had the oil change not too long ago and your car, by all accounts, is in pretty decent shape. However, after pulling over for a bathroom break, you notice this as you approach the car, that the left front tire isn't looking good. It's cupped. Upon closer examination, you notice it's not just cupped, it's bald. After looking at the other three, you take note that they're not as bad, but these should be replaced soon. At that moment, you recall that you were supposed to have replenished the spare tire a few months back after having a previous blowout. At that point, you pause and take a moment to assess your situation. You've got bad tires and no spare. You only have 85 miles to go until you get to Vegas, where you can replace the tires at a reasonable price, or you can do it now at the gas station for a few bucks more. The extra bucks you were intending to spend at the blackjack table because your birthday is in August and August is your lucky month. Question is, do you put off what you know is the responsible adult thing to do, or do you press your luck and maybe break down somewhere near Zizek's Road? Needless to say, we opted to move forward because we understood the concept of risk. Risk in this case not only refers to monetary risk, it also refers to system risk, which of course the two are linked. Two alternative decisions would have been to either continue to pursue a low-interest government loan or do nothing until one of the wells failed. The point is, as a water manager and operator, you must identify risk, and when you do, you must act in a way that mitigates risk to your customer. When a system fails either in distribution dynamics, water quality, or a combination of failures, the result is an aggrieved customer. That is, a situation wherein customers are denied acceptable water quality, adequate pressure, or even the ceasing of service altogether. If customers are placed at a substantial risk of these, they are aggrieved, and measures should be taken by regulators and operators and managers to facilitate relief as quickly as reasonably possible. Next slide, please. How should the Commission assess water utility acquisitions of inadequately operated and maintained systems? The Commission should assess these inadequately run systems with a focus on the following. First, customer relief. As I mentioned, customers served by inadequately operated and maintained systems are aggrieved and deserving of relief. The Commission acquisition assessment should focus on revising and utilizing a framework that supports a more efficient and faster Commission approval process. A more efficient and faster approval process will enhance predictability for the buyer and keep transaction costs down for both buyer and seller, saving capital that might otherwise be used to improve water quality. Each day of delay caused by processing hiccups is another day that customers are denied access to sustained and compliant water quality. Will the acquisition result in access to improved and sustained higher water quality, improved customer service, and affordable rates? We would all agree that an acquirer who brings in more capital with the ability to spread costs likely increases economies of scale, but does that acquirer have a proven track record of running a water utility that has been in compliance? Another consideration is improved access to capital, and that is of course a plus, but will the capital be deployed quickly and post-acquisition and in a manner which benefits customers? This is very important. Next slide, please. Thank you. What key factors should the Commission and the State Water Resources Control Board consider in any coordination efforts between the two agencies for inadequately operated and maintained systems? Again, a customer-focused approach should be utilized. The approach should center on the question, will the acquisition likely result in higher water quality, customer service, and reliability? Another point is to increase processing efficiency. That is the approval process. The Commission and Water Board should develop and adhere to a streamlined and efficient process without compromising critical oversight. Processing acquisitions, especially vulnerable systems, should be given top priority to mitigate risk of system failure and/or system non-compliance. My company, OVWR, is currently buying Owens Valley Water Company, a vulnerable Class D water system, Our advice letter to purchase the Owens Company was submitted last July, and at this point, it is currently pending. I first began working with the State Water Resources Control Board in October of this year to apply for an operating permit based on OVWR's technical, managerial, and financial qualifications. I'm happy to report that immediately after Daniel White validated that the company was a vulnerable system, he secured permission from a supervisor to prioritize our application, and it was approved on a contingency basis in just over a month. He did not compromise critical scrutiny or oversight. Instead, we were required to provide copious amounts of data and backup documents. Due to its prioritized status, he was able to review our submission and respond in an expedited fashion. Next slide, please. Thank you. Lastly, what are ways for the Commission to approach acquisitions or consolidations of water utility systems in disadvantaged communities to further promote the Commission's environmental and social justice action plan? The Commission's ESJ first goal is, quote, consistently integrate equity and access considerations throughout CPUC regulatory activities, end quote. If the Commission intends to fully embrace equity and access in terms of how it approaches acquisitions and consolidations, it must first determine who or what these terms shall apply and what results will be derived by such application. I advise that let's learn to walk before running a marathon. Equity and access, again, must begin with the customer. So the most important objective, I believe, is expedited relief to vulnerable systems and or disadvantaged communities via a fast-track approval process. Consideration for fast-tracking should focus on number one, risk. Vulnerability of the system, failing and or potential to be non-compliant with water standards. Other factors increasing risk are the target system's record of non-compliance, target system serves a disadvantaged community, target system's lack of capital investment in the past. Next, there should also be increased buyer scrutiny before approval of fast tracking. After approving TMF, the buyer should be able to demonstrate a proven track record of satisfactorily managing and operating a water utility. Economies of scale should not only be the one and single variable considered. Serving drinking water to the public is a privilege because it is necessary for the common welfare and good of the citizens of California. Should this privilege be handed out to a financial conglomerate who might view acquiring water systems as the next cryptocurrency? We all knew what happened there. Asset management consortiums and venture capitalists, if lacking a track record, should be assessed with the highest degree of scrutiny. Customers deserve that. Once an acquisition has been placed on a fast track, the timeline should be subject to milestone dates. At each milestone date, a one-page report or form should be submitted to head of water division and copied to all parties to the acquisition, detailing that the milestone has been reached, and if not, why. Reporting facilitates accountability and transparency, which improves performance. The process I suggest here, I believe, will mitigate ambiguity and inefficiency. Please note that each and every day spent on unnecessary processing steps is another day people living in disadvantaged communities and are served by vulnerable systems don't have access to clean and safe water, or they're being served by a system that is likely to fail. In both circumstances, unless remedied expeditiously, disadvantaged communities are denied equity and access. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry, for sharing your thoughts on behalf of the small water IOUs and also sharing your live experience with Owens Valley Water. Next, we have John Van Geffen, who will be presenting on behalf of the Public Advocate's Office. John, please feel free to go ahead.
Okay, if you could bring up the PowerPoint, I would appreciate it. Thank you to all my fellow stakeholders in this rulemaking. I'm John Van Geffen for the Public Advocate's Office. Next slide, please. As we are all aware, with this proceeding, the Commission seeks to develop a revised framework to better guide Commission review of water utility acquisition applications. Stated another way, how do we ensure that the fundamentals of rate rulemaking apply to water acquisitions as well? Next slide, please. Cal Advocate submitted a proposal, which I'm not going to get into right now, but for posterity's sake, here are the 4 pillars that we suggested. And our comments place great emphasis on finite ratepayer resources, despite continued cost increases from acquisitions. Next slide, please. Turning now to the issue of troubled systems, specifically failing systems, and how can we ensure Californians' constitutional right to clean and reliable water? Well, we know which systems are troubled, we know where they're located, and there are incentives already in place to support acquisitions and consolidations. Nonetheless, historically, IOUs have not prioritized troubled systems for acquisitions, instead expending large sums on non-troubled systems simply because they're easier targets for acquisition. The acquisitions of non-troubled systems, however, perpetuate systemic neglect of the community served by troubled systems, which was the impetus of passing the human right to water. Which leads us to the question at hand. How can this rulemaking address and promote the acquisition of troubled systems with an emphasis on failing systems? Well, we believe that any viable solution requires utilities to buy into the process and provide information about viable acquisitions of troubled systems. As mentioned during the morning session, we want to change the mindset from inheriting problems to being a rescuer of troubled systems, helping California achieve its goal of clean and safe water while still earning a guaranteed rate of return. Cal Advocates proposes the Commission's review of non-troubled system acquisitions ask whether that acquisition addresses, promotes, or impedes the human right to water. By impede, I suggest, or I mean that every dollar spent towards non-troubled systems is a dollar that's not going towards reaching California's goal of clean, safe, and reliable water for all. The question of how to allocate resources isn't limited to just the purchase price. Acquisitions require commission resources and, most importantly, finite customer resources as well. Never has an acquisition resulted in ratepayer bills decreasing. And when it comes to ratepayer impact, there will be a price point where customers are not willing or are unable to pay more. And if rates are going to increase, it's better that that increase be tied to addressing failing systems and not simply raising shareholder profits. Next slide, please. The infographic on this slide depicts roughly 70 Class A acquisition proceedings tracked by Cal Advocates between 2000 and 2022. 90% of Class A acquisition dollars have been allocated to buying 2,000 plus connection systems, and of the 10% allocated to small systems under 2,000 connections, only a fraction of those were for troubled systems. The exact number is difficult to state because the classification system has changed over the last 2 decades, but a safe estimate would put it at roughly 1% of acquisition resources going into failing systems. In fact, since 2017, only 2 of the 16 Class A acquisitions were for troubled systems. Those were the Robbins and Sativa proceedings, both of which Cal Advocates supported. The fact is, for water utilities to grow, they need acquisitions. For example, American Water's September investor presentation states that acquisitions make 1/3 of their earnings targets, and that their strategies for growth through regulated acquisitions include continued focus on acquisitions in target range of 5,000 to 50,000 customers and larger acquisitions where appropriate. So while it's clear that acquisitions are necessary for growth and growth is necessary to meet shareholder expectations, we need to address the utility strategy for growth. We want to see it evolve from avoiding troubled systems to explicitly accounting for how the acquisition is going to address the human right to water. Next slide, please. Presentation this morning from the Water Board discussed the SAFER list, which provides a risk assessment of approximately 2,800 small water systems under 3,300 connections. And while troubled systems include failing, at risk, and potentially at risk, I want to point out that these troubled systems are not riskier investments. They're just harder. Next slide, please. thanks to the creation of the Troubled Water Systems Proximity tool, we can now better visualize how close troubled systems are to better equipped Class A utility systems. The flags on the map on this slide depict all of the at-risk systems that are within only 5 miles of a Class A system. While not on this graphic, we also have the ability to overlay on this map Native American tribal lands as well as DAC communities. Next slide, please. Using this tool, the numbers show that over 25% of all troubled systems are within 5 miles of a Class A, and roughly 40% are within 10 miles. Quick disclaimer, obviously, distance on that map is measured as the crow flies, and driving distance would be different, running water lines would be different, but often water lines don't need to be run to address an issue for a troubled system. It could be an administrative issue, it could be a needed upgrades that they lack the capital for. Moreover, the tool that you just saw only reflects Class A utilities. Some troubled systems are closer to non-Class A utilities that are equally able to address the issue. Because of all the factors at play, we believe feasibility studies are needed. As Rami mentioned, that the Class A's and IOUs want to buy into this process, they want to be a partner. So since the utilities understand their own operations, their own capabilities, their strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else, we think performing and presenting feasibility studies, allowing utilities to buy into the process of addressing troubled systems would help greatly. Next slide, please. By the numbers, Cal-Am's territory is within 5 miles of 39 failing systems, Cal Water is within 5 miles of 20, Golden State 8, Liberty 4, San Gabriel and Suburban each 2, and Great Oaks and San Jose 1. Next slide, please. Again, addressing troubled systems within only 5 miles of existing Class A's would alleviate over 25% of the troubled systems, inhibiting all Californians from having access to clean, reliable water. As mentioned by the 2 preceding presentations, there are incentives already existing for utilities to buy and for troubled systems to sell. Buyers apply the purchase price and infrastructure improvements and rate base and receive a full return that's more or less guaranteed when compared to standard operational revenue requirements. Sellers can benefit from the gain on sale rules and avoid potentially facing a forced sale or penalties from the water board. Even absent incentives, utilities will continue to seek acquisitions because that's what's required for growth, and growth is necessary to meet utility shareholder expectations. So acquisitions are going to happen. It's about how are we going to facilitate it in the right direction. Next slide, please. This brings me to Cal Advocate's conclusion on how to best address troubled and failing systems, which is that history has shown that absent outside pressure, utilities will generally not act in the public's best interest when choosing acquisition targets because they are beholden to their shareholders. In order to move forward with ensuring Californians have access to clean and reliable water with minimal ratepayer impact, an effort needs to be made by all stakeholders. So we would like to see the Class A IOUs produce feasibility studies for acquiring failing systems within 5 miles of their service areas. And for the Commission, I believe a successful revised framework asks the Commission to ask if each application has made a good faith effort consistent with the feasibility plan to acquire troubled systems near their territories. And that is our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John, for presenting on behalf of the Public Advocate's Office and advocating for ratepayers across California. Next, we have a presentation from California Water Association, and Lori Doquist, who is an attorney for CWA, will be up next for the presentation. Lori, please take it away.
Right. Thank you very much, Terrence and commissioners and all the participants today. This is a wonderful opportunity to discuss a key issue facing the water utilities regulated by the Commission and those interested in the future of water in California in general. If you could move to the next slide. First, I'd like to bring up the 2 points that the Commission needs to consider today when they're looking at options for inadequately operated and maintained systems. And the Commission needs to focus on 2 things. First, how to prevent systems from falling into inadequately operated and maintained status. Second, once systems are in that status, how to transition them out of that status through consolidations and acquisitions. But I wanted to mention how important the first point is, and in particular after the comments of my predecessor, which I believe are somewhat short-sighted. You need to keep the incentives and remove barriers for acquisitions of well-maintained systems, because often these systems, due to their size, have a risk of becoming inadequately operated and maintained in the future. So you need to make sure that you maintain these incentives. That's certainly what the 1997 Act had in mind. It's clear from the legislative history, but it's also an obligation that the Commission has. If the Commission has the ability now to prevent customers from being at risk of receiving service from an inadequately operated and maintained system, it should take action to make sure that it ensures that its customers continue to receive safe and reliable service. So again, what our focus is here is twofold, both preventing systems from falling into inadequately operated and maintained status, and then also once they're there, what tools does the Commission have to help systems get out of that status as soon as they can? Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through every line of this, but I just wanted to be sure that CWA did indeed answer every question that was set forth in the scoping memo and in the notice for the workshop. But what we're looking at here is what the Commission should consider. And I think I will echo the statements of many of the speakers before me, including speakers this morning, is of course the current standard is ratepayer indifference. But when you're looking at acquisitions of inadequately operated and maintained systems, there are significant benefits, including economies of scale, access to capital, all of which helps improve safety, resiliency, and water quality. I think it's also important when you're considering the customer impacts to look at the scale and scope of impacts on the different customer classes. Often the customers who are currently receiving service from an inadequately operated and maintained system receive significant benefits from consolidation or acquisition, where existing customers of the acquiring utility may only feel a very modest or minimal financial impact from such acquisitions and may in the end benefit just from costs being spread over a larger customer base. Next slide, please. I think Rami probably had a good discussion of it, and I think the MOU was also brought up earlier today as far as coordination between the Commission and the State Board. But I would note that it currently has a commitment from the Board and the Commission to effectuate consolidations of unsustainable public water systems, or what we would perhaps be considered inadequately operated and maintained systems. And I think both agencies need to commit to that and need to commit to removing any barriers to these types of consolidations. Again, if these are consolidations that may be preventing systems from becoming inadequately operated and maintained, or if these are consolidations for systems that are already troubled. And I would note that when you're evaluating the first, when we look at, say, the consolidations and acquisitions that have happened over the last 10 to 15 years, if you look at the applications for these proceedings, which I've been involved in many of them and have reviewed all of them, you'll see that the fact pattern for them is that the owners of these systems see that 5 to 10 years down the road that they will struggle to provide safe and reliable and affordable service. As Rami mentioned, again, the applicant, certainly from the IOU perspective, happy to serve the applications, advice letters on the right people at the board, just so that everyone is aware of what's going on. Next slide, please. The next question that I wanted to address is promoting the goals of the Commission's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. And my first recommendation is that consolidation should be reinstated as an objective under Goal 3 of the plan. Goal 3 is to strive to improve access to high quality water, communications, and transportation services for the ESJ community. As you'll see on this slide, ESJ Plan 1 specifically called out consolidation as a way to achieve this goal. However, ESJ Plan 2 does not include consolidation as a specifically named objective and instead focuses on discounted rates. I would say this is short-sighted, and if the Commission truly wants to improve access to high-quality water, it should once again make consolidation a stated objective. ESJ Plan 2.0 mentions consolidation deep into the report, but it's not highlighted as a stated objective. And as the State Water Board representative mentioned this morning, it really is often the best solution for troubled systems in disadvantaged communities. So I would like to see and certainly recommend a renewed commitment from the Commission as an objective under this goal. If you could move to the next slide, please. Further discussing the issues related to the Commission's ESJ action plan, again, as I mentioned before, removing barriers and providing incentives before systems become inadequately operated and maintained is important. It's also important to remove barriers and provide incentives once those systems are troubled. And I will say acquisitions from systems that may be in danger of becoming troubled or currently becoming troubled have significant benefits for ESJ communities. In particular, whether a system is a muni system or a small system, it may not currently have access to low-income support programs, may not have access to in-language customer service, and these are benefits that provide significant help to ESJ communities. I would also want to highlight the issue of equity, water quality, and ESJ communities. When water quality issues affect ESJ communities, they have a disproportionate impact because often these customers turn to bottled water, and the cost of that is incredibly high. This is water quality issues that may result in violations, or it could be water quality issues that undermine customer faith in the drinkability and the safety of their water. Could be issues related to odor, issues are related to color. But once individual customers or a community lose faith in the drinkability and safety of their water and begin that habit of buying bottled water, that presents a huge burden on these communities. So when you're looking at acquisitions of troubled systems that may already be experiencing water quality issues or systems that have potential to become troubled in the future, it's important to note that one of the goals of the Commission, and certainly IOUs and everyone else involved in the provision of water, is that customers feel comfortable in the drinkability and safety of their water. Next slide, please. This is the issue related to the Native American tribal areas and inadequately operated or maintained water systems on tribal land. The issue I wanted to highlight here is I don't think that voice is yet represented in this proceeding. And what I think would be most helpful to hear is what the Native American tribes themselves believe would be most helpful to the water systems on their tribal lands. Is it acquisition and consolidation? Is it some type of assistance? But I believe they are the best resources to inform all of us as to what they need and want, and then we can move forward in acting in that area. I would also note that there are sometimes concerns with legal or regulatory issues regarding acquisitions or assistance when you're dealing with tribal lands. Sometimes there's confusion regarding sovereignty issues, and it may just be a need for increased analysis or education to sort of remove the confusion around these areas and making people who can provide assistance a little more comfortable doing so. If you could move on to the next slide, please. Here's the issue of, are the incentives currently adequate to encourage IOUs to acquire or consolidate inadequately operated systems? And I would say that these transactions often involve high risks and burdens for the acquiring utilities and its customers, both sort of financial issues, but also sort of a bandwidth and resources issue. So I think that's something that needs to be considered when there is some caution into entering into these types of transactions. The fact that there's often uncertainty regarding the timeline for consideration and approval creates additional challenges. It makes challenges as to planning, resource allocation, rate making issues. So I would say that there are already perhaps some trepidation about entering into these types of transactions, and the uncertainty regarding the process increases that. What I would recommend is that the Commission look to perhaps other states where they have been able to provide incentives to increase the number of companies who are entering into these transactions. They could be financial incentives, including financial incentives that may possibly be a short-term financial incentive. But I would also say a commitment from the Commission regarding accountability on the timeliness of the process will likely make it easier for entities to enter into these types of transactions. If you can move on to the next slide. And this leads into this issue about the timeliness, can it be expedited, and the acquisition process. And I will say quite frankly here is that this is an issue of the Commission's prioritization and resource allocation. The PUC has already adopted pretty heavy informational requirements for applicants that they need to provide up front. This is not an issue related to the applicants. It is not an issue related to Cal Advocates. This is an internal Commission processing issue. And in fact, I've done an analysis of sort of how the Commission is dealing with processing a variety of water proceedings. And the Commission routinely misses deadlines and does not adhere to its established timelines. This is both established timelines and things like the 1999 decision regarding acquisitions, or timelines that apply more generally to Commission proceedings, such as issuing proposed decisions after the submission of the record, statutory deadlines for resolving proceedings. The Commission routinely misses these types of deadlines. So again, this is an issue. I think Rami mentioned that there has been increased staffing. I know, this is done. I have the utmost respect for the Commission and its processes, but this is an issue internal to the Commission. This is not necessarily one that the parties can fix. I will, however, note that, if it's something like automatic approval, if the PUC doesn't act within a certain time period, I believe that would expedite the process and also provide the certainty that the parties need. And you wouldn't necessarily want this for all types of acquisitions, but if there are certain ones that the Commission wanted to prioritize, that may be something to consider. If you can move on to the next slide, please. Here we have just the Commission. One of the questions was, do you still need incentives for acquisitions of well-maintained systems? And as you heard me say repeatedly during this presentation, the answer is a very strong yes. Your goal, you want fewer inadequately operated maintained systems. One way to achieve that goal, prevent them from ever getting to that status. And that is exactly what the legislative history of this act shows. It looked at systems that were smaller, that may at some point in the future have difficulty meeting water quality standards, and created an incentive for these types of acquisitions, including with the act are also checks on that. Certainly, the Commission can reject it if it doesn't meet the public interest standard. And to the extent that there's an acquisition premium involved, the Commission can judge to see whether that is reasonable to include in rates. So again, this is the intent of the act. I think it's done a very good job, but it's certainly its need for it has not passed. The Commission continues to need that to follow this act and to provide incentives for these types of acquisitions to avoid customers being at risk of receiving water from an inadequately operated and maintained system. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of talk about grant funding. I don't think this slide necessarily provides anything new. I think Rami discussed it, and I think John White discussed it. I will reiterate that IOUs are very, very interested in grant funding, routinely apply for grant funding, even though it is a competitive and time-consuming process. I will also note, just from the CWA perspective, for the last decade, expanding access to grant funding for IOUs has been a top priority for CWA. And CWA has carried several bills to ensure that its members have access to this funding. Because as Rami mentioned, our customers are also taxpayers. They are contributing to these funds, and it's only fair that our customers can also get the benefit of these through their water systems. Next slide, please. There's been some discussion here today about whether there are alternatives, and that's certainly something that was brought up in the scoping memo and also for the workshop today. This is a proposal that CWA has. We brought this up in our comments, but I wanted to highlight this here. Is sometimes there are circumstances where a nearby troubled utility may need short-term assistance. It may be that there was some sort of water quality emergency or a natural disaster or something like that. And CWA proposed in its comments what it calls the expedited triage process. This would enable Commission-regulated water utilities to assist in managing or operating the nearby systems just for a short time period. In order to do this, we recommend that there would be an advice letter process that would allow the IOUs to provide this type of assistance with a memorandum account that would provide recovery for these costs. And again, this is intended as removing barriers. What we're here is we want to remove barriers that may cause an investor-owned utility to hesitate or not be able to jump in when it wants to. This type of process would remove that barrier and provide for short-term assistance to neighbors that are in trouble. The next slide, please. Here's the question of what alternatives should be considered. CWA does not believe that water utilities should be required to analyze alternatives. Their burden is to demonstrate that their proposed transaction meets the PUC's rate fair and different standard. If it doesn't meet this standard, the commission can reject it. But I thought it was very telling this morning when the speaker for the State Water Resources Control Board mentioned that that agency is strongly prioritizing consolidation as the best long-term solution to ensure that safe and reliable water service is available to Californians. And I do agree with that. There are other options that may be helpful in the short term, but it may be that these systems simply cannot, from an operational perspective or a financial perspective, continue on their own. So the commission should also be prioritizing consolidation as a solution to this as it looks towards issues related to climate resiliency and benefits to disadvantaged communities. Last slide, please. So I think there will be opportunities for questions later, so I'll end this here. But again, I just wanted to reiterate the point that the commission has the ability and should look into ways to remove barriers and create incentives for two types of transactions, both ones that will prevent systems from becoming inadequately operated and maintained, and then if there are systems that are in that status, to help them transition quickly out of that so that the customers do not have to receive subpar water service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori, for presenting on behalf of CWA. I appreciate you touching upon all the questions posed. I know that's a lot to cover in the allotted 10 minutes, and we may need to get back on track here. So I want to hand it off quickly to our next presenter, April Ballou, who is representing on behalf of the National Association of Water Companies. April, please take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm April Ballou, the General Counsel and Vice President of State Regulatory Affairs for the National Association of Water Companies. And I would like to thank the commissioners and staff at the commission who've organized the workshop, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate and discuss this important issue. You could go to the next slide. So for those of you who are not familiar with NAWC, we are a 127-year-old association. Our members are state-regulated drinking water and wastewater utilities across the United States. We deliver 4.5 billion gallons of drinking water every day and maintain over 100,000 miles of pipes across the country. And achieving water equity is a top priority for NAWC. Water equity can be defined in many ways, but for NAWC, water equity means that all customers should have access to water that is safe, reliable, and affordable. I like to think of water equity like a three-legged stool, with safety, reliability, and affordability being each leg. And just like a stool, if you want it to stand, you have to prioritize all three of the legs equally. And so in order to achieve water equity, we as water utilities need to focus on delivering water that is safe to drink, water that is reliably there when you need it, and service that is affordable. Next slide, please. So in order to achieve water equity, it is important to address inadequately maintained systems. As others have said here today, the water industry is fragmented, and this is not true just in California, but across the country. There are over 45,000 water systems, and that means that there are a lot of small water systems across the country. And if you look at the statistics that are on this slide, you will see that often inadequately maintained systems are small systems. In 2018, small and very small water systems made up of 85% of all systems that the EPA labels as serious violators. And one of the reasons for this is because of the challenges that many small systems face. The fact is that in recent years, it has become more difficult to run a water utility. We're facing climate change. There are more severe storms and drought, which requires system hardening and the ability to purchase water supply. That's become the new norm. Cyber criminals are increasingly targeting water utilities, which requires cyber expertise at utilities. Aging infrastructure is facing all utilities, and the ability to continuously maintain and replace pipes is important. Emerging contaminants, the accurate and safe water treatment is much more complicated than it's been in the past. And when faced with these challenges, many small utilities struggle. As others have said, they don't have the technical, managerial, or financial capacity to address a lot of these issues. And so small struggling systems are unfortunately a prevalent issue in the water sector all around the country. Next slide, please. So with the COVID pandemic and tragedies like the one in Jackson, Mississippi, there has been an important and necessary shift to focus on water equity. And the question is, how do we ensure that everyone, even customers of inadequately maintained systems, have access to safe, reliable, and affordable water? And the focus on water equity is so important because we have seen that communities of color are disproportionately impacted by being served by an underfunded water system. And when a water system does not provide water that is safe and reliable, this leads to distrust of drinking tap water. And as Lori mentioned, often results in customers drinking bottled water, which is much more expensive than tap water. As you can see here, drinking 8 glasses of water a day costs approximately 49 cents per year. And in comparison, drinking the same amount of bottled water can cost approximately $1,400 per year. So the financial impact on families, so as you can see, there's a real financial impact on families as a result of this, and getting it right and restoring customers' trust in tap water is essential. And one important tool in the toolkit to address this issue and reduce the number of struggling utilities is voluntary water system consolidation. And the reason this is an effective solution is that regulated utilities have an excellent track record when it comes to delivering safe drinking water. Within our own membership at NAWC, our members have fewer EPA enforcement actions than all other water system operators. We are 24% less likely to have a health violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act compared to government-run systems. Regulated water utilities also generally have the expertise and the economies of scale to address the challenges facing today's water utilities. And you can see a lot of these benefits on the next slide, if you don't mind switching to the next slide. So these benefits are taken from a blog post by Professor Manny Teodoro from the University of Wisconsin, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And he basically reaffirms what we have discussed about partnering with larger utilities. The benefits are economies of scale, the ability to buy commodities, equipment, and other goods at lower prices, to borrow money at lower interest rates, to attract better quality employees, to have better water quality compliance rates, operating efficiencies, and a greater capacity to offer customer assistance programs. Next slide, please. So what are some ways to encourage consolidation? Since NAWC is a national organization, I gathered information on what other states are doing on this issue. 14 states, like California, have legislation encouraging water system consolidation. Many of these states, 8 out of the 14, have only recently passed this legislation in the last 5 years. So as a result, there's not a lot of data for how effective this legislation is working because it is relatively new in those states. But if we look to Pennsylvania, a state that has seen a lot of success in consolidating water utilities, there are a number of lessons that we can glean from their approach. Next slide, please. So Pennsylvania's efforts to encourage water system consolidation go back to the 1990s, similar to California. As you can see on the box on the right, these efforts have been successful. In 1983, there were 333 private water utilities in the state, and that number has been reduced to 55 in 2022. Pennsylvania started out in the 90s focusing on small and non-viable systems. They had a statute that offered rate-based valuation equal to the acquisition cost to utilities that purchase the systems if the system is 3,300 or fewer customers, or that would be non-viable absent the acquisition. And then in 1994, they had a policy statement. The Pennsylvania Commission issued a policy statement encouraging water system consolidation. In 1996, the Pennsylvania Commission expanded its acquisition policies to include several incentives such as a rate of return premium, deferral of acquisition costs, plant improvement surcharges. And in 2012, Pennsylvania passed a new statute that permitted utilities to combine the water and wastewater revenue requirements to spread the cost of infrastructure upgrades over more customers and take advantage of economies of scale. But despite all this effort to encourage consolidation, there seemed to be a saturation point. Next slide, please. And so in 2016, Pennsylvania passed Act 12, which is traditional fair market value legislation that has been replicated in many other states since then. And it allows for rate base of the seller to be incorporated into rate base of the buyer during the buyer's next rate case. And the rate base to be incorporated will be the lesser of the purchase price or the fair market value of the system. And fair market value is determined by the average of 2 utility valuation expert appraisals. I want to highlight some unique characteristics of the Pennsylvania legislation. The first is that it does not focus on smaller troubled systems. So Pennsylvania's earlier activity did focus on smaller troubled systems, but this legislation is broader and applies to not just to troubled systems. I think there was an awareness from the period for when Pennsylvania tried to encourage system acquisition earlier that once it's troubled, a system is harder. It's harder to encourage acquisitions, even when you provide the incentives that we discussed above. And the second is that there is a 6-month time frame for the commission to review these acquisitions. And this short time frame was something that the Pennsylvania Commission was wary of when the legislation was first posed, but it has proven to be successful and has provided a great deal of regulatory certainty. The fact that the parties involved in the transaction have predictability in the regulatory process has really encouraged acquisitions. And the commission has successfully completed its review in this time frame every time, and there have been no instances of the commission not meeting the deadline. Next slide, please. And this is a case study in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's an example of a successful acquisition under Pennsylvania's fair market value legislation. The Scranton Sewer Authority was struggling. It was under a consent order from EPA. The system needed $140 million in upgrades to bring it into compliance. Pennsylvania American Water purchased the system. It brought the system into compliance. There have since been no fines or EPA violations since the acquisition, and all Pennsylvania American maintained all 80 employees of the Scranton Sewer Authority. Next slide. Well, many states have followed the Pennsylvania model and passed similar fair market value legislation like Texas, North Carolina, but some states have taken a different approach. For example, Connecticut has a statute that focuses on encouraging acquisitions of non-viable systems, and it provides acquiring systems with incentives like rate surcharges, acquisition premiums, a premium rate of return, if certain conditions are met, which I have described on the slide here. And with a 2018 report and a 2020 decision, the Connecticut Regulatory Authority has also focused on streamlining the application process for acquisitions and has made an effort to provide clear regulatory framework around acquisitions in response to feedback from parties. Next slide. This slide focuses on Arizona. In 2016, Arizona issued a policy statement encouraging water system consolidation. It provides for an acquisition premium for both the purchase of both viable and non-viable utilities if certain criteria are met. And the acquisition premium can take a number of forms, including a premium on the return on equity, an acquisition adjustment, a deferral of the cost of improvements, or a surcharge for recovery of the improvements made by the acquiring utility. Next slide. So as you can see, states have taken a number of approaches to encouraging consolidation. I've just highlighted a few, but in every state there seem to be some universal factors to consider when examining these purchases. A study by a joint report by the Environmental Finance Center at UNC and the U.S. Water Alliance set forth some of these key financial factors to consider when assessing an acquisition. And I'll just highlight a few, being some that we've discussed already: economies of scale, operating efficiencies, regulatory penalties that the utility may not be able to pay, access to capital. Next slide, please. Well, finally, I'll wrap up by saying that California, since the 90s, has been a leader in consolidation policy. But as you're looking at other states, we can see that the most success we've seen is when certain factors are present. And those include a focus beyond distressed systems. As several people have mentioned today, if you wait until a system is distressed, it is difficult to encourage acquisitions. And so preventing systems from becoming distressed is important. Regulatory certainty, establishing clear rules around acquisitions, provides the certainty needed to incentivize sales. Streamlining the acquisition process, creating efficient regulatory processes really incentivizes consolidation and keeps transactional costs low. Having a broad toolbox of incentives, I've mentioned several in the presentation today, but letting the companies request whatever mechanism will work best for them, and having a broad variety of options is a good approach. And being aware of enforcement penalties for acquiring systems. If a system is acquiring a troubled system, creating safe harbors for utilities that acquire these systems is also important. So when these factors are present, water system consolidations happen more effectively, which is good for all customers and helps bring us closer to that goal of water equity and providing safe and reliable and affordable water for all. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, April, for sharing the perspectives across the nation. I think it's helpful to see various case studies, whether it be from Pennsylvania, Connecticut, or Arizona. And it's very helpful in building our record. With that, we're still going to reserve questions until we finish the entire block of presentations, and I'd like to give everyone a breather from these multiple slide decks. No offense to all the wonderful presentations so far, but our next slate of presenters will be verbal presentations, and we'll start off with Don White, who is the Manager of Water Quality for Golden State. Don, please feel free to go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, my name is Dawn White. I'm the Water Quality Manager for Golden State Water Company. I've been working with the SAFER program on potential small system consolidations near our service areas for probably 4 or 5 years now. I was a SAFER advisory group member for 2020 and 2021. I'm working on a number of projects across the state, but mostly in the more rural areas where we have existing systems. Most of them are on the human right to water list, although a few have not yet failed, but recognize they are at risk. For example, we provided an emergency interconnection to a system on the Central Coast last year whose only well had collapsed and left them without water. The system at the time was not listed on the human right to water list or at risk. Another nearby system is worried that this will happen to their community and has asked to be consolidated with our adjacent system. So just as mentioned previously, we really cannot wait until systems have failed before we intervene. Some of them are, close to failing in one reason or another, or will in the future. One of the things over the last few years that I have learned is that each of these systems is unique. And even the very smallest and seemingly most simple system gets very complicated when working through all of the details required for consolidation. And perhaps it's because we're working through our first few systems, but we have encountered obstacles at every single step. A number of them have been resolved with the help of Michelle Frederick and her group, and we really appreciate that. So regarding grants, I want to talk about mostly, and I said earlier in my comments that we and others have made this point as well, we are committed to seeking grant funding wherever feasible in order to reduce any rate impacts to our customers. DFA staff have been very responsive and helpful in my opinion, and have partnered with me on projects that we're working on together. Even so, the funding process adds a layer to the complexity. It also adds to the timeline of bringing a system into compliance, and sometimes presents new obstacles that need to be tackled. Our Robin system we acquired in May of this year is a good example. The system is on the Human Right to Water list. It's been out of compliance with the arsenic MCL for many years. It needs a new well and a treatment plant. The Robin system also had a previous grant from a new main and meters. The project is complete and closed, but requires specific provisions into the future. In order to apply for funding on our current project, or even to acquire the system, Golden State must assume all the conditions of that previous grant. So we must take on responsibilities for an agreement that we did not apply for nor negotiate. Now, don't get me wrong, we understand the need for this, and we're committed to working through all of the requirements of the process. That's not the thing. It's just that it really does need to be recognized how much time, work, and even risk it takes to consolidate and bring systems into compliance. Especially, I think, when trying to use grant funding, just that additional layer. So in addition to being out of compliance with regulatory standards, most of the small systems, I think across the state, and certainly the ones I'm working with, have serious deficiencies in their infrastructure. We're working with several systems in San Bernardino County right now. One of them is the Daggett system east of Barstow. It needs new wells drilled and a treatment plant in order to remove uranium. However, it also needs its only 2 tanks to be replaced. One of those tanks, the one that was actually in the better condition, failed early this year and is offline. The second tank is really likely to fail in the short term. So replacement of critical infrastructure often cannot really wait for the added year or more that it takes to apply for and receive grant funding. Also consider that grant funding is a reimbursement program, so all of the design and environmental work must be done prior to the funding application. This requires that we carry the cost of that work for potentially, 2 years without earning a return on that investment. So again, we're very committed to the grant process. We recognize its benefit, but there are some obstacles or drawbacks that I know we're working together to resolve. There have been process improvements made, and we appreciate that the Water Board continues to look for ways to streamline the process. I was really happy to hear Michelle's comments this morning because they were exactly what I was hoping for and actually planning to mention here this afternoon, that there are common requirements for all these projects, and eliminating the need to show financial documents or TMF capacity for each and every project could go a long ways to, streamlining that process, making it easier for us to apply, and I think also making it easier to review the application. So we appreciate that our companies have been recognized, and that they do have the TMF capacity and economies of scale to play a favorable role in consolidations. And, we appreciate being part of the process to ensure that communities, in our areas receive safe and affordable water and reliable service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that presentation and really touching on one of our success stories with Robbins. With that, I'd like to move on to our next presentation from Stephen Johnson with the California Water Service. Stephen, please feel free to take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Johnson. I am the district manager for California Water Service in the Visalia district. I'm also Region 5 chair for Cal Warren. So some of these emergency projects are kind of right up my alley. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to discuss one of our projects, consolidations that we did with the West Goshen Mutual Water Company. And it was about a 2-year project from start to finish that was in 2 phases. And initially we were contacted by what was DPH back then, but I'm going to call them DDW for, I'm going to use their their common name now. That way everybody understands who they are. So in early February, we were contacted in 2013 that the West Goshen system had one of their wells malfunction, and they had previously had one of their wells malfunction. They had two wells, and they had both at this point were having issues. One of them was pumping sand, and the other one was completely dead in the water. So we responded. We went out there to see what was going on with their facility, and we were able to get their sand separator working at least temporarily, and we had to do some maintenance to their, or help them do some maintenance to their pump base was cracked and in disrepair. After that, we had a meeting with DDW, and they were also having some serious issues passing bacteriological samples. So we went out on a mutual aid and helped them get disinfection equipment set up so they could disinfect the system and get their bacteriological samples clean. In the meantime, the state had stepped in, and we had talks with them about the possibility of doing an emergency grant to run about 1.6 miles of 12-inch main from the Visalia system proper, which began in about February of 2014. So about a year later, the system was able to limp along with some of the repairs that we helped them make, and getting the sand separator back operating. And we broke ground in February of 2014. We had significant help, obviously, from self-help enterprises, the County of Tulare, who really fast-tracked the permits, and a community water center. So we broke ground in February of 2014, and by the end of April, it took about 45 days or so to get that project completed. We installed an 8-inch backflow device along with a master meter. So initially in phase one, or phase A, we were master metering the community out there. In phase B, which was also funded by the state, an entire new distribution infrastructure was installed along with services and fire hydrants. And that was all completed by 2014. Look at my notes. Actually, June of 2016, I apologize. That was completed, and the backflow device was removed, and the meter was removed, and each of the homes had meters. There's about 100 services or so were with the entire project. So all in all, from the time that we were given the project in 2013, or told about the project in 2013, to the ultimate completion of getting their new distribution system back in service and having their well destroyed, was about 2.5 years time. So there's quite a bit of time that went by there, and actually that's probably fairly quick, believe it or not. So that's one of the things that we really liked, when we're helping these small systems, if we can get these projects moving much quicker, it's going to be a much better outcome for everybody involved. Again, with us being able to, from the time we found out in 2013 to the time that we had them back in water, was about a year's time. So a lot of time passes there that those customers could potentially be without water, without fire protection, and the possibility of even having to truck water in. So actually, the project obviously had a very good outcome. We had some very good partners with self-help, like I mentioned earlier, and the County of Tulare. And it was about, like I said, 1.6 miles of main and approximately 100 service connections. And I think there was about 20 to 30 fire hydrants installed on that project. And so, again, if any takeaway that I would like to leave you with here is whatever we need to do, and I don't have the answer for this, but whatever we could do to try to get past the red tape of trying to get the funding moving quicker, that would be, you know, where we would want to go. So that's what I had to offer.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you sharing your real world insights, and also appreciate the kudos you shared to self-help. I'll be sure to pass along the kudos to Jessie, although she's not here to witness it from the morning session. We'd like to round out this afternoon block of presentations with Brian Murphy from Sea Ranch Water. Brian, please close us out here.
Hello, thank you for having me, Terrence and commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity. I was asked to speak by Jennifer Capillo from California Water Association. We had a experience last year at Sea Ranch. For those that don't know, we are a rural Class C water system with about 1,890 connections on the north coast of Sonoma County. We have a neighbor, a Native American tribe, the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians. Their water source last year, at the end of last year, dried up. They don't have an actual well. They extract water from the Walla River. They have a perforated pipe that's about 7 feet under the riverbed in the alluvial gravel. And the river flow got to the point that they were no longer capable of extracting clean, healthy drinking water. So we were there to provide them with water. I will say, you know, even though it's not an acquisition, it was a temporary provision of water. There are still, even on that level, a lot of agencies involved, including the Division of Drinking Water, the CPUC, and the State Water Resources Control Board. So luckily for us, the biggest hurdle was the Division of Drinking Water, and it turned out to be pretty minor. As most of you probably know, the Division of Drinking Water several years ago put in legislation in place to allow for minor changes to water rights. And so we were able to very easily make a minor change to our water right for the Sea Ranch and add Kashaya reservation to our place of use to be able to sell them water. And the PUC was very helpful in the process and only required a tier 1 advice letter just advising them of our discussions with the Division of Water Rights and what we intended on doing. I know that the tribes out here work with Indian Health Services a lot, so I don't know if that's an organization that the PUC has talked to when it comes to consolidations and things, but I think on the sovereign nation lands, they would probably be an asset to talk to about if there were any consolidations to those systems. They would be an asset to use as far as information on what their regulations are. But we were happy to provide water in an emergency situation. We're kind of a unique situation out here. We are only a Class C water company. We're the biggest in the area. There are a lot of very small rural systems. Most of them right now are doing okay, but you know, as has been brought up several times by several presenters today, you know, many of these systems are just one glitch away from being in bad shape, and some of the systems out here are the same way. So I would just say that going forward, anything that any of the agencies can do to help cut through the red tape, reduce the bureaucracy, and accelerate the process to help these systems out, at least on the temporary, while the bigger process gets done for grant funding and things like that to do full acquisitions. Those types of legislation are very helpful to expedite the getting safe drinking water to these communities. And as far as the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians goes, they have picked themselves up. They're putting in a well, but we still, stand by to help out any of our neighbors anytime we can when they have water shortages or water quality issues.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your perspective and your example of how best to work with the local tribal community. It's something we're looking to really tackle with this proceeding, and it's one of the open questions that we have. I'd like to take a moment to manage our time logistics, and looking at our time right now, we're about 15 minutes over according to our allotted schedule, but at the same time, we are scheduled for a break right about now. I'd also like to announce that Commissioner Shroma is looking at a conflict currently and would like to provide some closing remarks before we go to break. So I'd like to hand over the virtual mic to her to give her an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Terrence. And my apologies, everyone. I've got some competing, this is a voting meeting week. I think you know that. I have some competing proceedings that have some time-dependent issues. So I do apologize for missing the rest of the workshop, and I wanted to say thank you. Just overall, this has been a great kickoff to our workshops, and there are 3 more coming up. I want to express my gratitude to all of the panelists and this afternoon. Thank you for the great detail from our regulated community. I want to thank all the parties for participating, as well as my Bagley Keene partner, Commissioner Houck, and her advisor, Eileen Odell, our judge, Judge Kelly, and our Water Division staff, headed up by Terrence Shia, Kevin Viet Trong, Jefferson Hancock, Eustace Ednacott, our legal staff, Carrie Ann Shepard, my advisor, Kelsey Choing, and my chief of staff, Cheryl Wynn. I want to do a huge thank you to our information technology staff, Jacob Willman and Francisco Hernandez. We can't run these kinds of complex workshops without them. Overall, again, thank you everyone for your time today. I'm sorry to miss the follow-on questions and comments, but this is being recorded. I do want, if we don't interact before, I do want to wish everyone a safe and happy holidays, and see you at the next workshop again, if not before. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Shroma, for the preview to the close of our workshop. We will actually still be going on here, and we're fortunate to still have her BK partner online with the Commissioner Houck still here. And I'll bring us back to our schedule here of looking at how to best break. We're currently at about 2:28, and I'd still like to all give us some time. So let's just say that we all can return at 2:35 from break. And if you will all bear with me on talking through some technical logistics for those party representatives still on the line, we'd like to promote you during the break and make sure you have access to speak. Of course, we'll still be going over the ground rules for the raise hand features, but just wanted to talk through that before we all go to break. So thank you all. Great, now that we're officially back on, I hope everyone had a quick and nice break before we launch into our lengthy afternoon session going over questions from moderators to parties, as well as an opportunity for more of an open discussion and comments. So I hope everyone has had enough water, enough replenishment, but also I'd like to hand over some co-moderation duties here to Kelsey Choi, advisor from Commissioner Sherman's office. Give myself a little break from speaking, but I will also be supporting Kelsey as co-moderator here. But I'll have Kelsey take over the virtual mic to go over the ground rules for our first afternoon session.
Great. Thanks, Terrence. And thank you to all the presenters for sharing your perspectives on IOMs. So now I'm going to be introducing 3 questions to the presenters, and these were previously provided. We're going to try and allot roughly 15 minutes for each question. So again, please raise your hand if you'd like to respond, and I will call on you. And also, please try to keep your responses to roughly 1 minute so everybody has the chance to speak. And then again, if we don't manage to get to everyone, we will have another opportunity to provide written comments in response to Water Division's workshop report, which will be coming out around January. So with that, I'll go to the first question. Next slide, please. And question number 1 is, what additional or alternative incentives could be used to support the acquisition of inadequately operated and maintained water utility systems? So I'll just check to see who would like to respond first. And I see Lori Dolquist has her hand up. Lori?
Yes, I can respond to that. And I think it's to really summarize some of the points and themes that we heard from the presenters today. And it sounds like one of the key ones that causes problems and may create disincentives is the length and uncertainty of the timing for both the approval process and the process for obtaining grants, because they often go hand in hand. Because these systems are troubled, because they do provide financial burdens, grants is something that the acquiring system and the selling system may both be interested in. So I think to the extent there are opportunities to streamline those processes, I think will create significant incentives. I think it was April Ballou from NAWC noted that the Pennsylvania process that provided an automatic approval if the commission didn't meet a certain deadline accelerated subsequent similar types of transactions. The commission might want to consider something like that, because what we're hearing, and certainly when we heard later on in the presenters, their sort of stories about the timeline, that was often it. The long time it took to get these customers who were receiving service from troubled systems into service and having a safe and reliable water service provider. So my first take would be certainty and accelerated timelines will probably make the process move much more smoothly and make everyone involved more incentivized to get into it.
Thank you, Lori. Would anybody else like to answer? And I see Rami Kalin. Rami, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Kelsey. I think I took my hand away. Okay. Listen, I'd just like to make the comment that, without an incentive or incentives, typically, there's very little reason to acquire an inadequately operated or maintained system, right? You need to have some incentives. I think one of the concerns that I have with this rulemaking is that, in the white paper, it was actually specifically called out and asked that what if the ratepayer indifference test was applied to the acquiring company's ratepayers? And if that's the case, then that would basically put a freeze on consolidations, because inadequately operated systems need a capital infusion. And if the grant process takes so long to occur, and if those additional costs won't be borne by the acquiring utilities customers, then it's game over. There's no reason to acquire any system. Thank you.
Thank you, Rami. Anybody else? No takers?
Kelsey, I'm not seeing anything else on my end either, and we're not seeing a huge deluge of raised hands, so we may be inundated by the number of panelists and giving them too much power to speak, and that may have silenced them. We see almost more panelists than actual participants now, so we'll continue moving along in our agenda in the interest of time, and I'll move on to our next question that we will pose to party representatives. Thank you for moving to the next slide. I see that question 2 is already up there, where we'd like to ask the question of how should the acquisition process be expedited for inadequately operated and maintained systems. Again, we'll look at the raise hand feature to keep things orderly. And again, please all don't rush to click that nice little feature. All right, I see Lori first, quickest with the trigger finger, and then I'll follow up with April. Lori, please feel free to go ahead.
And I did delay. I did not want to be the first one to raise my hand, but in a lull, I will certainly raise it. So I think what we need here is there have certainly been attempts by the Commission to set timelines for these acquisition processes in the past. We have timelines already. They're not being met. So it's not a case of setting goals. The goals have been set. It's how can the Commission meet these goals? Again, it sounds like there have been some resources already provided to this at the Commission level and in the Water Division. I don't know if it's a case that additional resources perhaps are needed. But this is an issue I see as the Commission's internal prioritization of this. The other one I would say is what April mentioned, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but if it is an automatic approval, if that's what's needed to make this a priority for the Commission, then perhaps that something should be explored. That should only be used for very limited circumstances, I would say. But what we have here what we currently have are timelines and deadlines that aren't being met. So if there's some sort of consequence for them not being met, perhaps that is what is needed.
Thank you, Lori. We'll move on to the next raised hand. April, please feel free to go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I would just echo what Lori said. Looking again to the Pennsylvania example, quite a bit of legwork is done prior to the application being filed. There's a great effort for all of the parties to get together all the information needed prior to filing the application. The Commission makes it very clear what is required for these acquisitions and has a checklist, so parties are very clear on what they need to provide. So they make sure that these applications are very complete with a full amount of information. And so I think making clear what information you need in advance can help. And then once that information has been submitted, then it makes it easier to meet the quick turnaround timeframe, which, like Lori said, these acquisitions are generally risky. If a utility is acquiring one of these systems, it's a risky acquisition. And so taking some of the uncertainty out of it and providing regulatory timeframes that are certain can really help.
Thank you, April, for sharing that example. And again, a good Pennsylvania example that may be something we will need to further examine in, I think, subsequent workshops. I see Rami's hand raised. Please feel free to go ahead, Rami.
Just to add on, I want to recognize that the Commission in 2020 issued Decision 2008-047, and they had a section in there, Section 10, that was titled Water Consolidation Guidelines, which basically set forth minimum data requirements that are required to be submitted along with applications or advice letters for acquisitions or consolidations. So we already have that established about what the Commission requires. And I think now that that's been established, if we could adhere by the timeline set in legislation, I think that would go a long way in getting these consolidations done in a timely manner.
Thanks, Rami. I saw Larry Morales' hand raised, and I also just promoted you to a panelist. I wasn't sure if that was the question or you have a separate question.
No, I just wanted to chime in as to the question, the expedited process. I had mentioned that in in my presentation, and I advocated for a fast track process. In a previous presentation, I think it was April, had mentioned other states that actually have a regulation which says that if a decision has not been, or a rendering hasn't been made for 6 months on a 6-month timeline, then it's automatically effective. Well, I'm not advocating that here necessarily. I think that if we had some sort of process that recognized that if a system is vulnerable, if it places its customers at risk, that it should be considered for some sort of expedited process or a fast track process.
Thank you, Larry. I'm again looking for any raised hands from either panelists or attendees. I'll give it some time here as well. All right, not seeing any other raised hands, so it does sound like a lot of the presentations actually covered these questions, but we still wanted to give an opportunity for those party representatives that didn't necessarily have the opportunity to present to also ask questions. But seeing no one else step up to the plate, we'll move on to the next question. So Kelsey, please feel free to take it away.
All right, and the last and final question is, how should the Commission consider or treat grant funding in water utility system acquisitions? And should investor-owned water utilities be required to take grant funding if it is available? Lori Dolquist?
Have you noticed that long pause before I raise my hand? Here's what I'd say is, first, as far as how the Commission should consider or treat grant funding, the Commission's already issued a decision as to how it addresses grant funding as far as rate making. And that does provide very comprehensive guidelines on how that is to address it, that the benefits of the grant funding goes to the customers, and that the acquired utility doesn't unnecessarily or inappropriately benefit from grant funding. So I'd say an examination of that decision and that rulemaking is probably the way to address the first one. For the second one, I am hesitant to say that utilities should be required to take grant funding because of the timing associated with it. If it means, you need to postpone a much needed process because of the length of the grant process, then no, they should not be required to take grant funding. I think perhaps including a part in the application, which may already be in the decision that Rami mentioned, is disclosure of efforts to obtain grant funding, so the Commission can evaluate whether the inquiring utility has made significant efforts in trying to do it, is important and something the Commission may want to consider. But I don't think imposing a top-down requirement to always take grant funding is appropriate, just because of the challenges associated with it, and in particular the timeline, when it may need to be tied to facilities that need to be built now and can't wait for grant funding.
All right, thank you for that input, Lori. And I see Dawn White has her hand up. Dawn, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. I just want to really second what Lori was saying, and I'm working on projects where we're working through the grant funding process, and certainly utilities should be encouraged to explore or fund the projects for grant funding if it's at all feasible. But there are plenty of those projects out there that we can be encouraged to use grant funding for. But there are some projects that really cannot wait for that timeline, or there are other factors. And so I think with respect to each project, doing that, looking at that and evaluating that feasibility on a project by project basis is really critical when planning to consolidate a small water system. So I guess the word should be encouraged, not required, because there are so many factors to consider.
Thank you, Dawn. Would anybody else like to respond? Rami, I saw your hand first.
Oh, thanks, Kelsey. Listen, you know what I've been thinking about? I mean, so I raised this issue of the customer first approach, right? So, if, we had a Cal Water's Stephen Johnson present on the West Goshen situation. Grants go to inadequately operated small water systems. If it takes those small water systems 2 years to get a grant, and it only takes Cal Water a month to build a pipeline, I mean, that's a tragedy, because while you're pursuing a grant, those customers are not drinking, typically, they're drinking unsafe water. And, the state auditor found that the time it takes for the State Water Resources Control Board to give a grant has increased from 17 to 33 months. I mean, that's almost 3 years. So I'll add my third to that, is that, if you require IOUs to be required to take grant funding, that's just introducing another delay in the project. And I think that, the grant funding and just my last point, it's so difficult to get grant funding from the State Water Resources Control Board. They are now using their technical assistance providers to help applicants fill out grant applications. The process is broken over there, and that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thanks, Rami. And then I see John has his hand up.
Thank you. Dovetailing from the last three presenters, just throwing an idea out there of pre-approved granting for targeted systems. We know, we've got the safer list. We know what's at risk. We know what's at trouble. We know where the most likely failures will be. So is it possible for the water board to initiate, a review, even though there isn't an application, because they know that the money's needed? And as Rami said, a pipe could be put down in a month. So if there was already a grant pre-approved that just required the application and whatever the minimum requirements are of the applicant are already met, that might be something that could be considered. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And then I see Larry Morales has his hand up.
Thank you. I want to commend John. That was actually a great idea, to have something like that in place. When I was at East Pasadena, that was exactly our situation. In the case where I mentioned drilling a new well, we couldn't move forward because we were a relatively sophisticated company. For being a small company, and it still took, the timeline would have prevented us from adequately serving our customers like we should have. And so that's why we went ahead and we pulled the trigger and we decided to move forward. We still kept on pursuing grant funding as we move forward. But if we would have had something like that in place, that would have greatly helped us.
Thanks, Larry. And I see Michelle Frederick is here. Michelle?
Hi. I just wanted to put in a comment real quick about grant funding. We are working, well, there's two things. One, I think we acknowledge the long timelines. One of the concerns that wasn't raised in the audit was we actually had 6 times the applications because of some of the outreach efforts that we have undergone. So that's part of the expanded timeline. But that said, I still think absolutely it needs to be expedited. And I think that's something that we're working on. So to two things. One, right now in our new fund expenditure plan, if a consolidation is under $500,000, if there are no significant changes that are required to boundaries, and there's a list of 5 or 6 things that kind of have to be there, one of them being troubled systems or human right to water systems, we can use our urgent drinking water needs funding to do that, which is a much more expedited way to get funding. So that's one thing that we're working on. We're also working on changing the grant eligibilities, and that you should see coming out to our board probably in the springtime to look at how we can streamline those. But I will say there are certain requirements. There's CEQA, there's some other things that do have to be done before we can give out funding. So those, I mean, that sort of pre-approved may not work perfectly, but at least like low cost, quick consolidations that are sort of those low hanging fruits, we're definitely already trying to address. And then the larger ones, hopefully in our new policies that'll come out in the spring, we'll address that too. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Thanks for that, Michelle. Okay, I'm not currently seeing any hands up. Would anybody else like to respond to question number 3? Going once, going twice. Okay, then Terrence, I think we are moving to the attendee portion. So I'll hand it off to you.
Great, thanks, Kelsey. And just to round out this active discussion on question 3 in terms of treating grant funding, I think we definitely heard about the criticalness of how timely processing is and the treatment of what grant funding should look like. And I think we all understand the reality of the situation of working with small problematic systems or those systems in need. And what we're seeing really is the frank reality of working through potential solutions. We understand there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach here. We're leading with this open-ended question to talk about what it would take to really improve on such system and look at what's a good tool in our toolbox to use to look at a system acquisition in those specific cases. So we appreciate the feedback, and it's a lot of what we're looking to develop in devising this overall framework on acquisitions. So I'll get back to my moderation duties and take off my water division hat there and look towards our next portion of the workshop, where we did leave some time for an open discussion and any questions or comments from parties before we even wrap up the workshop. And it looks like we're now ahead of schedule, where previously we were behind. But we do want to give an opportunity for everyone to chime in and use the raise hand feature again. So please feel free, if you do have comments, to use the raise hand feature. I see Michelle's hand raised, so please feel free to go ahead.
Hi, Terrence. I just wanted to add one more thing to my previous comment, and that was that that's not to say that, you know, that we at the state board are taking a position on whether or not, you know, grant funding should be required, because like, we do recognize situations that are urgent, as Romney pointed out, where the timeline could result in people having unsafe water for a longer time period, or, you know, what Don was saying, a tank may be failing. So just wanted to share that other side and to make sure that people are invited and know to come to our processes around grant funding and participate in that, so that we can kind of all come to the same conclusions together. Thanks.
Thanks for expanding on that, Michelle. I think what we're touching on here is looking not only as grant funding as one particular approach in terms of acquisitions. I would think we touched on multiple avenues across what we look at for solutions for inadequately operated and maintained water systems. We are operating on a, I'll call it a continual spectrum of what's a viable alternative, what's a workable solution, and that may involve a portfolio of items, whether it be grant funding or a simple water main connection, or looking at how best to address a critical issue, if with timeliness being the most foremost and kind of pressing item that we're looking at. Any other hands or any other participants that would like to comment? I see Steve Glazer's hand raised. Please feel free to go ahead, Steve.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you, Steve.
Okay, so I bought a water company in 1987, and it was two Class C water companies, and I combined them into one, and then I purchased another company. So these were systems that did not have any 6-inch water mains, no fire hydrants. Approved fire hydrants didn't meet the back then it was 500 gallons a minute. I've increased, put to 8-inch pipe. And so I continue to invest in this infrastructure. I think I'm a well-managed water system, and it's I take all the risks. And I think the value of these water companies, did hear Rami say there were 343 water companies in 87. Now there's 80 Class C and D water companies. The purchase price should be whatever a buyer and seller agree to sell at. And with the supply and demand, there are less small water companies in the state of California. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I think the value of these small water companies will, as long as they're maintained and up to date and keep investing. The one thing about my situation, and maybe a lot of older water company owners, we are to that retirement age, and it's tough to find qualified operators.
Great. Thank you, Steve, for sharing your perspective and the real-world example that you lived through in Tahoe with your small water utilities. I will again leave some time for raised hands, and I do see Nick Subius with his hand raised, so please feel free to go ahead, Nick.
Nick Subius with California American Water. I think it's been touched on, I think, a bit by a number of other folks, but I think it's one thing to talk about requiring utilities to seek grant funding for an application. It's another to think logistically how that would actually work. Because as Rami noted earlier, with the timeline for grant funding, if you're talking about years, you'd be talking about a utility, I guess, trying to see if it can get grant funding for an acquisition target, and then having to delay its application to the commission. And then, as Lori raised, you've got applications at the commission taking far longer than they're supposed to. You would be really enforcing what likely would be a 4 or 5 year process. That's how it would play out if you were required to do it. It doesn't make, I mean, it may make rhetorical sense to say, oh, that's something that, yeah, we should have them look into. But if you looked at in practice how we would have to do it, and all of the time associated, all of the delays, it seems pretty unworkable. Unless there was some total coordination with the State Water Resources Control Board and things like that. I mean, I'm thinking back to, like, we've dealt with some acquisition targets where, and it was mentioned earlier today, they go and they get an SRF loan, and that takes a long time. And then they go to the commission, and they've got to get that approved for a surcharge. And by the time that happens, they have to go back to get a much bigger SRF loan, because now the same project, they're years down the road, is going to cost twice as much money. Then they have to go back to the commission in an advice letter to get a larger surcharge to put on the bill. And you're looking at, just for that, several years down the road. So I think in practice, rather than just thinking about, well, that would be nice, I think when you actually look at what has happened at the commission, these things are not workable. It's just as though it's as though no one's looked at what's actually transpired in individual circumstances. So I think it would be really helpful to have a much bigger focus on logistics and how things have worked in the past, and applying that to any requirements they're going to be controlling. So nothing further on there.
Thanks, Nick, for sharing your perspective. I think we hear about this language requirement, and we understand where you're coming from on that and in terms of timeliness. So we are noting all comments here. That will be part of the record, and still want to keep an eye out for any other parties, representatives, but also members of the public to comment as well. All right, I think I've given about a couple times for the silence to marinate here, so I won't belabor the issue any longer and look more towards wrapping us up here. So I'll be happy to close out and also give Commissioner Houck an opportunity for closing remarks. But I'd first like to thank all of our panelists, not only from the afternoon session, but also from the morning session earlier, to provide us with details. And it seems like we have plenty of time for discussion allotted, and what we learned is that parties and representatives may be holding their pens for the actual comments to the workshop report, and which is also another opportunity for parties to represent and help us build the record with this proceeding. So we look forward to comments on that workshop report, and that report, according to the scoping ruling, will be issued around January of next year. And so we want to also thank the entire team. As Commissioner Shiroma highlighted with her closing remarks, there are multiple facets of our team here, from Water Division with Eustace Endicott, Jefferson Hancock, Kevin Viet-Trong, and myself in support of this effort, but also looking to thank those from the Commissioner offices, with the Commissioner Houck's staff, Eileen Odell, and also with the Commissioner Shiroma's staff, Cheryl, Wynn, and Kelsey Choing, for all their support. And we, of course, cannot forget our IT staff who helped make this successful workshop, with Francisco Hernandez and Jacob Woolman assisting us throughout this entire day. So with all that said, I'd like to hand it off to Commissioner Houck for any closing remarks that she may have.
Thank you, Terrence. I also want to thank all of the panelists, the participants that listened in and provided questions, our staff, Commissioner Shiroma's office, my advisor, Eileen Odell, and our IT staff as well. I think, we had a lot of really good discussion today, heard from many different perspectives, a lot of information to work through. And again, really appreciate everyone's time and attention to this important issue. Look forward to continuing to work with my Bagley Keene partner, Commissioner Shiroma, and the State Water Board as we work through these issues and continue to engage in dialogue with all of you, and look forward to reading the comments when they come in. And with that, I will hand it back over to Terrence to do the final closeout. So thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. I appreciate everyone's time on this workshop, and happy to give everyone else back some time here and close out this workshop officially. And hope everyone has a good rest of the day and can enjoy everything else that's going on, whether it be World Cup news or anything that you all may enjoy. Thank you, everyone.